Chapter 1908. For Qingxue to stand up and speak for Yi Tianyan. Even Han Long can't help but smile. This kind of person is really not easy to deal with. In this world, many people were bystanders. Those with a sense of justice died quickly. Those with low cultivation dared to speak up for Yi Tianyan. Wasn't that courting death? Trouble came from the mouth. This saying was true. If one was not careful, they would provoke a large group of forces. They would not even know how they died. Qingxue was one of them. She was immediately dragged back by her senior brothers and sisters, their eyes full of blame. They felt that their junior sister was simply looking for trouble for their family. This place was chaotic enough. If they provoked any force, they would not be able to move an inch. Junior sister, calm down. There's no benefit in helping them. It's just an old man. We don't even know who is in the carriage. Anyway, no matter who it is, what kind of important person could be in such a shabby carriage? Blue Moon frowned from the side. This junior sister of hers wasn't bad at all, but her sense of justice was especially strong. It was fine if she was strong normally. After all, with their family, they were not afraid of ordinary forces. But it was different now. Any family force could be on equal footing with them, even if they did not surpass them. Forces that were too small would not dare to come. It wasn't easy to survive in the 5 Elements Mountain. He didn't have many disciples to begin with, and if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life here. But Qingxue said in a low voice, the Badan family has always been like this. They often make life difficult for our family. That's true, but you still have to calm down. There are so many forces here. Be careful not to let others take advantage of them. Qingxue tried to persuade them. If it were other disciples, she would not have been so patient. She would have been punished to go into confinement long ago. Ba Mo from the Badan family smiled proudly when he saw that there was nothing more to say. He continued to walk towards Han Long. Let's see who else can help you now. Ba Mo looked at Han Long and sneered. I'll say it for the last time. Either get out of my sight or die. Han Long continued to drive the dragon horse into the 5 Elements Mountain, completely ignoring their existence. Seeing that Han Long continued to drive the carriage over and had no intention of stopping, Ba Mo flew into a rage. He waved his hand and slapped toward Han Long. He said angrily, "Did you not hear what I said?" With this palm strike, even if the coachman did not die, the dragon horse in front of him would be flattened. Many cultivators turned their heads to the side. They did not want to see what was happening here. Some of them could not stand the situation here, but they did not have the strength to stop them. As for Qingxue, she was being dragged by Blue Moon and couldn't go over at all. All she could do was look to the side, unable to bear to see what would happen next. Scram! Han Long spat out softly, and a shock wave burst out, sending Ba Mo and the others flying. Just the aura alone was enough to send them flying. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Han Long did not deliberately hold back. He deliberately left them with a breath to let them know who they had provoked. These were just some small families. How could Han Long be afraid? Of course, all of this was authorized by Yi Tianyan. If not for Yi Tianyan, he would not have done it. A sudden shout caused everyone to turn their heads. They found that Ba Mo and the others were lying on the ground, seriously injured. This situation stunned them. Ba Mo and the others did not have high cultivations, but they were still Star Master middle stage cultivators. Yet they were sent flying by the roar of a coachman, and they bled from their 7 orifices. This meant that the coachman's cultivation was extremely high, and he was a very strong one. It's at the Star Master level. Immediately, someone sensed the energy waves. Some had sensed the aura of Star Master level before, so they naturally sensed it immediately. This time, they were even more shocked. One of the coachmen was actually at the Star Master level. He looked very inconspicuous, but he was at the Star Master level. This made them think, what kind of person would be inside the carriage? Even if he was not Star Master level, his status would definitely not be low. He might even be a young master of a big family or a big force. Qing Shui and the others were stunned. They did not expect such a great reversal. The other clansmen of the Badon clan quickly came over to pick up Ba Mo and the others. They found that they were already on the verge of death. Unless there was a divine pill, they could not be saved. You are too cruel. The clansmen of the Badon clan looked over angrily. Ba Mo and the others were their outstanding disciples. They had spent a lot of money to cultivate them. Seeing that they could not survive, it was equivalent to wasting a lot of resources. Cruel? How ridiculous. Why don't you take a look at what your family's idiots did to us? If it wasn't for our cultivation being a bit stronger, I'm afraid we would have all been killed. Han Long sneered. If you don't accept it, feel free to come find this old servant for revenge. I will take it all, but when the time comes, it will not end so easily. Han Long snorted coldly. He released the cultivation of Star Master level, giving them an endless sense of pressure. This made their faces pale. The strength of the Badon clan was not bad, but the cultivation of Star Master level was relatively small. At most, there were only a few of them. Now that a group of idiots had provoked Star Master level, it was obviously not worth it. If the elders of the clan found out, they would definitely be scolded to death. The coachmen were all Star Masters, who knew what forces they had provoked. When they heard this, they immediately shut up obediently and did not dare to speak anymore. My God, this unremarkable old man is actually Star Master. This is too unbelievable. Qing Wei and the others were shocked. They were stunned. Qing Shui was even more shocked. She had wanted to help them before, but now it seemed that she was naive. The carriage continued to drive towards the 5-element mountain. When it passed by them, Yi Tianyun's voice came from inside the carriage. Miss, I will give you a choice now. Either you follow me now, and I will give you a good fortune, or you go in and meet me, and I will give you a good fortune. The premise is that you can meet me. Qing Shui was stunned. She pointed at herself and asked doubtfully, Is he talking about me? That's right, it's you. Yi Tianyun's voice came again. Qing Shui was stunned. She did not know what to choose. It was undeniable that the other party was definitely very powerful. It was just that she was not sure of his identity. Would it not be good to casually follow him? She only hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I am willing to go in with you now. She did not think too much and chose to follow him in. Everyone yearned to become stronger, and she was no exception. Then come in. Yi Tianyun's voice came again. Chapter 1909. After entering the carriage, Qing Shui was very surprised when she saw the mysterious man's face. He was too young. She thought he would be a middle-aged man or an old man. Although the appearance could be changed, she could feel a youthful aura from Yi Tianyan, which meant that he was definitely not old. Greetings, Your Excellency. Qing Shui knelt down on one knee in the spacious carriage, respectfully. Sit down. Yi Tianyan smiled. He just wanted to take Qing Shui with him. Seeing that she was so righteous, he didn't mind taking her along. Although the 5 Elements Mountain was full of dangers, he was absolutely confident that he could protect them. Qing Shui sat down awkwardly and secretly looked at Yi Tianyan with curiosity. She didn't know Yi Tianyan's identity at all. She just followed him like this. Her pretty face was a bit hot. God knows what kind of situation he is. What if he has a dangerous identity? But she didn't care so much. She always wanted to go in advance or have someone lead the way. That way, she could get more benefits. But she didn't have this qualification. Only a few people in the family had this kind of treatment. At least, she wasn't one of them. Those with excellent talent would be taken in by the elders in advance. So after a little hesitation, she immediately decided to come. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. At this moment, Qing Shui and the others were stunned at first, and then they immediately showed jealousy in their eyes. They didn't expect that such a good opportunity would be taken by their junior sister. Why didn't they get this opportunity? Opportunities were always created by oneself. Among so many people, only Qing Shui stood out. Naturally, Yi Tianyan would only invite Qing Shui. Junior sister met a benefactor. Qing Wei said with extreme jealousy. With Grandmaster Xing's escort, they would be able to walk freely in the Five Elements Mountain. Not all the areas, but most of them would be able to walk. When they thought about how they didn't say anything to help, they felt extremely regretful. If they had said the same thing, maybe this opportunity would fall on them. But there were no ifs. It couldn't be said that their decision was wrong. It could only be said that sometimes silence could save one's life. If Yi Tianyan and the rest had a low cultivation level, they would only be harming themselves if they offered to help. This was a gamble. If he didn't gamble, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. While they were feeling envious and jealous, for figures suddenly rushed out from the Five-Element Mountain. The aura of Master Xing immediately enveloped this area. Many cultivators outside felt a sense of pressure. This attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the four grandmasters Xing fly out, they all felt quite confused. They didn't know what these almighty beings were doing. Isn't this the supreme expert of the divine cauldron ancestral land? Why did he suddenly come out? Someone immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. The gazes of the four-star grandmasters swept the area in front of them and quickly stopped at the broken carriage. Are you the ones who killed the disciples of my divine cauldron ancestral land? The leader of the divine charm law enforcers stared coldly at the simple carriage. That was what they had heard. It was said that the assailant was driving a simple carriage. When they saw the simple carriage, they immediately recognized it. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. They didn't expect that this mysterious person would actually provoke the divine cauldron ancestral land and even kill a disciple of the divine cauldron ancestral land. For a moment, they revealed expressions of schadenfreude. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyan would settle this. Junior sister is in trouble. She's actually with a group of troublesome people. I'm afraid she'll implicate us this time. Qing Yu's face turned pale. They all knew the power of the divine cauldron ancestral land. Any family that provoked the divine cauldron ancestral land would be finished. That's right. She even thinks that she has obtained some good fortune. This is simply a scourge. Senior brother Qing Liang, who was at the side, had a gloomy expression on his face. All the jealousy from before had now been swept away. Instead, it was replaced by schadenfreude. Naturally, they didn't have any jealousy. So what if we killed him? Han Long stood up and said, To be exact, it was this old servant who killed him. If there's any problem, look for this old servant. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth think that they can do whatever they want just because they're the disciples of a great power? Han Long did not deny it. If he dared to do it, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to admit. What big words. I don't know which power you're from, but daring to kill our disciples here is a form of contempt for our divine cauldron ancestral land. The divine charm law enforcer said coldly, Don't think that just because you're a Grandmaster Xing, you're invincible in this world. Immediately after, the four of them immediately unleashed their Dharma idol and prepared to fight. Han Long walked out, and his body emitted crackling sounds. Immediately, he turned into a perfect body. He didn't look old at all. He was a sturdy man. The star Dharma idol behind him was not any weaker than the other parties. However, it was 1 against 4, so he was obviously at a disadvantage. You want to deal with us alone? The divine charm law enforcer sneered. Who's hiding in the carriage? Don't you plan to show yourself? They were more concerned about the situation in the carriage. To be able to make Grandmaster Xing the coachman, it was definitely not simple. Therefore, they wanted to determine the identity of the other party. At this time, Everyone's eyes were focused on the side of the carriage. They didn't know who was hiding in the carriage, or if they would come out. "This old servant alone is enough to deal with you guys." Han Long growled and rushed towards the four of them. The result was needless to say. Whether it was in terms of foundation or comprehensive strength, he couldn't compare to the other party. Although the martial arts of the celestial terminus ancestral land were currently occupied by Tianyan, it was relatively difficult to change the martial arts that Han Long cultivated in such a short period of time. Therefore, he used relatively ordinary martial arts. After a few exchanges, Han Long was easily defeated. The defeated Han Long returned to the side of the carriage with a gloomy face. "This is your strength? Your martial arts are so weak. It seems that your power is definitely not that good." The divine charm law enforcer could immediately see that Han Long's level was relatively ordinary, whether it was in terms of treasures or martial arts. This old servant's strength is not limited to this. When Han Long was ready to use his star Dharma idol, a voice came from the carriage. "Han Long, that's enough." At this time, Tianyan came out of the carriage, including Qing Shui. However, Qing Shui's face was pale. She didn't expect that Tianyan would provoke the experts of the divine cauldron ancestral land. This was not something that could be easily resolved, especially when it was 4 Grandmasters Xing. Chapter 1910. After Tianyan came out, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and everyone's eyes were different. When they saw how young Tianyan was, they all thought that he was the young master of some force. It seemed that he was really arrogant to come out and cause trouble at such a young age. He's indeed young and vigorous. He must be the young master of some family or force. He's in conflict with the disciples of the divine cauldron ancestral land. Aren't all young people like this? With some strength and status, they start to be arrogant. With the divine cauldron ancestral land, it's just a dog-eat-dog fight. The disciples of the divine cauldron ancestral land are equally arrogant. Hee dog-eat-dog, don't say it so loudly, be careful not to be heard. Swish! A cold light pierced through and killed a few of the gossiping cultivators. Although they spoke softly, how could they escape the ears of these law enforcers? If they were unhappy, they would be turned into ashes. This time they all obediently shut up, not daring to say anything even if they were angry. The divine cauldron ancestral land was famous for being overbearing, just like the celestial pole ancestral land. In other words, none of these forces were not overbearing. After all, they all had some ability, so how could they not be overbearing? Don't you know what to say and what not to say? The law enforcement Shin Yun glanced over, causing many cultivators to tremble and take a step back, not daring to resist at all. Then the law enforcement Shin Yin looked at Tianyan, looked him up and down, and laughed disdainfully. "I don't know where this little guy came from, but he dares to come out and mess around just because his family has some strength? What's the point of a master Xing? If he dares to go against our divine cauldron ancestral land, he will die. Why are the law enforcement Shin Yin wasting time with him? Just kill him and go back. We still have a lot of things to do. If it wasn't for the elder asking us to come out to deal with things, we really wouldn't have bothered to come out. It's really a waste of time." Law enforcement Pei Yun shook her head, wanting to quickly end the situation here so that she could go back. She looked at Tianyan with a face full of disgust. How could she not be disgusted by wasting her time? The divine charm enforcer nodded, but his gaze shifted to Qing Shui. He frowned and said, "That's strange. You seem to be from the Qingdan clan. Are you related to the Qingdan clan?" Qing Shui's attire had the Qingdan family's insignia, so she was immediately recognized. "Xin Yun law enforcer. She is from our Qingdan family, but her actions have nothing to do with us. She was the one who acted on her own and was bewitched by others." Blue Moon and the others quickly stood up to explain, drawing a clear line between them and Qing Shui. If they were to be implicated, their Qingdan family would be finished. Qing Shui was startled. Her heart was instantly filled with desolation. What her clan did wasn't wrong. After all, if they were to implicate the Qingdan clan, it would probably cause great destruction. Being abandoned wasn't unexpected, but it was expected. Yi Tianyin glanced over there indifferently. This kind of situation was not rare. For many families, it was an extremely common thing. Are you afraid? Yi Tianyin asked Qing Shui. I'm afraid, but it's my choice. Even if I have to kneel, I have to persist to the end. Qing Shui smiled freely. Anyway, the result was already decided. Why not persist to the end? She didn't have any other choice. She could only bite the bullet and choose to be with Yi Tianyin to the end. Death was death, life was life. Don't worry. You won't die. No one can take away your life. Yi Tianyin stretched out his hand and patted her shoulder. He walked past her and came to the front. Han Long, who was in front, lowered his body and was incomparably respectful. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry in his eyes. He knew that as long as Yi Tianyin made a move, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. What were 4-star grandmasters? Not to mention 4. Even if there were 40, they could be dealt with. He had seen Yi Tianyin make a move. That kind of power could even beat up a guardian god. What? You want to beg for mercy? The divine charm law enforcer wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what Yi Tianyin would say. Beg for mercy? I've never begged for mercy. Not now, not in the future. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and said, Your disciple offended me. He deserves death. Now, I just want to make one point clear. Those who block me will die. It's that simple. The divine charm law enforcer and the others were startled. Then they looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. They laughed loudly and said, Those who block me will die. What a joke. Who do you really think you are? Even if you have the cultivation of a star grandmaster, can you deal with the 4 of us? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Or should I say, what kind of identity do you have? Are you the young lord of some ancestral land, or some super family's young lord? Say it and let us hear it. How about it? The divine charm law enforcer hadn't made a move all along because he wanted to see Yi Tianyun's identity and what kind of background he had. Identity: I'm the master of the celestial pole, ancestral land. I wonder if that's enough? Yi Tianyin replied indifferently. The master of the celestial pole, ancestral land? The divine charm law enforcer was startled. Then he sneered and said, That's enough. I thought you would say something, but it turns out that you're just bragging. The master of the celestial pole, ancestral land, the celestial pole lord, is inside. You're telling me you're the master? If you want to brag, you have to look at the situation. Do you think we're fools? If I kill him, I'll be the master of the celestial pole, ancestral land, Yi Tianyin said indifferently. The divine charm law enforcer was stunned. Then he looked up and down at Yi Tianyin as if he was an idiot. If the celestial pole lord hears this, I don't think we need to do anything. You'll be slapped to death by the celestial pole lord. The other cultivators also looked at him like he was an idiot. Among them, Qing Yue and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had distanced themselves from Qing Shui in time. Yi Tianyin was a complete braggart. Not only did he provoke the divine cauldron ancestral land, he also provoked the celestial pole lord. These words would definitely reach the ears of the celestial pole lord. Who didn't know that the celestial pole ancestral land was controlled by the celestial pole lord? However, the big change in the celestial pole ancestral land couldn't be spread here in a short time. Most of the forces still didn't know about it. Even if they knew, it wouldn't spread so quickly. After all, they had all come to the 5-element mountain, so the news wasn't very clear for the time being. This was only temporary, but it would be spread soon. People can have no talent, and they can't work hard, but they can't be too arrogant and ignorant. Do you really think you're the young master of the Jade God ancestral land? How dare you say such things? The divine charm law enforcer looked at him with a pitiful look. It's time to end it. I thought there would be some background, but in the end, I heard a bunch of nonsense. Divine Charm Law Enforcer, I already told you not to be so long-winded. Now, you've wasted a lot of time. The Divine Charm Law Enforcer Yin snorted and signaled for them to hurry up. Chapter 1911. Tianyin stood up and said it was over before they said it was over, which startled them, and then they burst into laughter. This boy is really crazy. Does he really think he is the master of the celestial pole ancestral land? Tell me, what is your cultivation level? Is it the Star Master late stage or the Star Lord stage? The Divine Charm Law Enforcement Enforcer mocked, thinking that Tianyin was really crazy. Judging from his aura, Tianyin didn't seem to have a strong aura. Instead, it felt like he was a Star Master. How could a Star Master fight against them? This situation made the others shake their heads, thinking that Tianyin was really crazy. How dare he speak to the Divine Charm Law Enforcement Enforcer like this? Most importantly, he was so stupid, which made Qing Yue and the others feel that Qing Shue's choice was really sad. They thought it would be an opportunity and a great creation. Now it seemed that it was the most stupid choice, enough to be recorded in the family's history, so that the younger generation would remember not to do such a stupid thing, meddling in other people's business. Qing Shue not only meddled in other people's business, but also got herself into trouble. They hoped that it wouldn't be brought to the family, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. It's a pity for little Junior's sister. If she had been stable, she might have been given special training one day. I'm afraid she can't do that now. Yes, this is the result of meddling in other people's business. I've already stopped her, but she is still so stubborn. It seems that the Divine Charm Law Enforcement Enforcer won't let everyone go. They shook their heads, and some of the disciples even gloated in their hearts. Their clansmen had died, but they were gloating. After all, in their opinion, people were too stupid. If they died, they died. It would be fine as long as they didn't implicate the family. Qing Shue stood behind Tianyin, her face pale, but she could only insist on standing there. There was no other choice. As for regret, she didn't regret it. It was her own choice, so there was no need to regret. Can you stop talking nonsense? Tianyin looked at them indifferently. If you want to fight, let's fight together. Don't waste my time. I still have to go in and find the Celestial Pole Lord. Haha, what a fool. Don't worry. You don't even need to find the Celestial Pole Lord to die. Today, you will die in our hands. The Divine Charm Law Enforcement Enforcer grabbed this side, and Master Xing's power enveloped this side, trying to lock Tianyin in this side. Before killing Tianyin, he wanted to search his soul to see what memories Tianyin had. At the same time, he was wary of Han Long, who was beside him. No matter what, Han Long's cultivation was Master Xing's cultivation. He couldn't beat 4 of them at once, but if he fought one-on-one, his level wasn't bad. Especially that ruthlessness. It was more like he was risking his life. But Han Long didn't move at all. He just stood behind Tianyin and stared at him as if he was a dead man. He even revealed a strange smile. At that moment, the 5-colored Emperor Dragon Dharma idol appeared behind Tianyin. The Emperor Dragon soared into the sky, immediately suppressing the Divine Charm Enforcement Star Dharma idol. Before the other party could react, Tianyin took a step forward and pressed the Divine Charm Enforcer down from the sky. Under the heavy pressure, the Divine Charm Enforcer was directly crushed. An instant kill, without the slightest bit of hesitation. A mere Star Grandmaster's early stage cultivation wasn't even enough to fill his teeth. I already said, don't waste time. If you want to come, then come together. Don't delay. As Tianyin took a step forward, his Sharp Emperor's aura swept out in all directions. The intense impact caused everyone's hearts to stop beating, and some of them even took several steps back. As for those with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, they directly knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. The impact of the top star Grandmaster's aura sweeping out in all directions was unparalleled. especially the unique star Dharma idol that hung high up in the sky. The impact it brought to them was even more shocking. Unique star Dharma idol. Behind them, Pei-yun and the others were stunned. They could immediately see that it was a unique star Dharma idol. If they couldn't see that, they would really be blind. Not to mention them, all the cultivators present could see that. Who couldn't see such dazzling power? My God, this is a unique star Dharma idol. It's very similar to the phenomenon that appeared last time. Could it be that the mysterious expert with unique star Dharma idol that appeared last time was him? Qingyue and the others were stunned. They thought that Yi Tianyan was a hedonistic son of a rich family, relying on a bit of power to mess around. Now they were all wrong. He didn't rely on his family background, but on his own ability. A star grandmaster was killed in an instant, as if he was drinking water. Qing Shui, who was standing behind Yi Tianyan, was even more shocked. She was originally in despair, but suddenly Yi Tianyan erupted with amazing power, especially the unique star Dharma idol that was superior to all the other star Dharma idols. It was even more dazzling. It was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, shining down on everything. You, what kind of power are you from? Pei-yun's heart trembled. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, making him completely sober. Die. Yi Tianyan didn't want to explain too much to the dead. He rushed over and annihilated Pei-yun, along with the other two enforcers, under this impact, directly turning them into ashes. A large depression was plowed into the ground, and no one knew how long it would take for the ground to repair itself. 4 star grandmasters were killed. After killing the 4 star grandmasters, Yi Tianyan put away his unique star Dharma idol, turned around and said, "Let's go in." What a waste of time. "Yes, my lord." Han Long bowed deeply, his eyes filled with respect. At the same time, he looked at Qing Shui and said, "This lady, you can return to your seat now." "Oh, yes." Qing Shui reacted after a while and returned to her seat in the carriage. At this moment, the way she looked at Yi Tianyan was completely different. She didn't even dare to sit still. Her mood was completely different from before. Previously, she didn't know that Yi Tianyan was so strong. She thought that he was just a young master with someone protecting him and that he wasn't very capable. Who knew that Shaoqin really was capable? Furthermore, he was very strong and horrifying. Just that aura alone was at the level of a peak star grandmaster. Furthermore, he had his unique star Dharma idol. It looked like he would have no problem entering the star venerate level in the future. What's wrong? Are you a little nervous? Are you afraid that I will eat you up? Yi Tianyan smiled at her. No. My lord is too incredible. I never thought of that. Qing Shui became even more restrained, her voice becoming weaker. If I don't even have this ability, how can I give you an opportunity? Yi Tianyan smiled and said, "When I said that I would give you an opportunity, I meant it. There is no need to worry about other problems." Chapter 1912. Han Long continued to drive the carriage towards the 5-element mountain. This time, no one dared to stop them. The people of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron were all dead. Who else would dare to stop him? Even if someone had some ability, they wouldn't come to stop them. After all, it wasn't a good thing to forcefully stand out without any grievances. When Han Long arrived at the foot of the 5-element mountain, he gently waved his hand in the face of the heavy fog. Master Xing's power enveloped the entire carriage, and it slowly entered. As soon as they entered, the fog immediately wrapped around them, wanting to engulf the carriage. However, under Han Long's power, the fog couldn't invade at all. This was the power of Master Xing. A mere fog couldn't invade at all. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been wrapped up long ago. They wouldn't die, but they would be trapped inside and wouldn't be able to come out for a while. If they got lost and wandered around, it was even more likely that they would walk into a dangerous area. At that time, they wouldn't even know how they died. This was only the first stage. The ones inside were even more dangerous. Otherwise, the cultivators outside would have rushed in long ago instead of waiting foolishly outside. When they disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone gasped and saw shock in each other's eyes. Unique star aspect. The power to kill Master Xing in an instant was comparable to a Star Lord. These made them unable to recover for a long time. Some of them had never seen such a tyrannical power before. Perhaps only a Star Lord could achieve such power, right? Senior brother, didn't you say that you provoked the ancestral land of the divine cauldron? That young master just now was so strong. At this moment, those from the clans came over. That junior sister saw Yi Tianyun's true appearance and even saw that terrifying power. That senior brother's expression was even more stiff. He didn't expect that the person sitting in the carriage would be such a terrifying existence. Unique star aspect. What kind of concept was that? Yes, very strong. The senior brother's face twitched. Previously, he said that Yi Tianyin would definitely die. Now, it seemed that there was a reversal. Qing Yu's face turned green and white. Previously, she thought that Qing Shui had chosen the wrong person. But who knew that she had chosen the right person? With the unique power of the star aspect and a heaven-defying cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem at all to bring Qing Shui to wander around. No wonder he had Grandmaster Xing as a coachman. The two of them could not be compared. Most of all, they were still suspicious of Yi Tianyun's identity. They didn't know what Yi Tianyun's identity was, but now that they saw his standards, it was very likely that he was from a major power. Could he be the young master of Jade God Ancestral Land? The ancestral land of the Jade Divinity? That's possible. The ancestral land of the Jade Divinity is too strong. There are so many geniuses there. The ancestral land of the Jade God. That's the most powerful existence among all the ancestral lands. A group of cultivators are filled with yearning for the Jade God Ancestral Land. It is many times stronger than the celestial core ancestral land. It was said that the ancestral land of the Jade God once had a star venerable. Star venerables were existences at a higher level than star lords. There were no star venerables at the moment, but there were 3 star lords, a 3-star monarch sect, and this was still alive, which was enough to show how terrifying it was. Therefore, they all linked it to the ancestral land of the Jade God and felt that Yi Tianyin was most likely from the ancestral land of the Jade God. Only the ancestral land of the Jade God could have such a monstrous genius, right? But if it was really the ancestral land of the Jade God, why would he take such an ordinary carriage? After thinking about it carefully, they could only speculate that it was to keep a low profile. But it was hard for them. They missed such a good opportunity. After this speculation, the faces of Qing Yue and the others became even darker. The fire of jealousy in their hearts was about to burst out from their eyes. Such a huge reversal made them go crazy. Junior sister, are you going to become a phoenix? Qing Yue's face turned pale. When they thought of the situation where they had nothing to do with each other, they felt a lingering fear. What if Qing Shui joined the ancestral land of the Jade God? If they held a little grudge, they would definitely be finished. If they had to make a comparison, the ancestral land of the divine cauldron couldn't even compare with the toes of the ancestral land of the Jade God. After all, the ancestral land of the Jade God had 3 star lords, not to mention other resources. If they wanted to destroy the ancestral land of the Jade God, 5 ancestral lands of the divine cauldron, or even 10 ancestral lands of the divine cauldron would not be enough. With the help of star venerables, they must have extremely terrifying resources. The star lords who went over were very likely to be killed by the great formation set up by the star venerables. Therefore, if Yi Tianyin was really a member of the ancestral land of the Jade God, the star lords of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron not only did not dare to pursue the matter, but also had to obediently come to apologize. This was the effect of power. After slapping you a few times, you still had to apologize. While they were talking, Han Long drove the carriage deeper into the 5 Elements Mountain. Soon he pushed through the layers of fog and officially entered the Five Elements Mountain. As soon as he entered, the rich power of the five elements enveloped the inside like a great fairyland, as expected of an existence comparable to the fairyland. Just by cultivating here, ordinary people can easily break through. When Tianyin came in and sensed the situation, his eyes immediately lit up. Even if ordinary people stayed here and kept absorbing the rich power, they could easily break through to the Star Apostle level. The premise was that they could stay here for a long time. Once this time passed, this place would become very dangerous. Even if they didn't move, it would be useless. There were many giant beasts in the Five Elements Mountain. If they met any living beings from the outside world, they would tear them to pieces without hesitation. Therefore, they could only stay in there for a short period of time. They couldn't stay for too long. This period of time was at most half a year. After half a year, the Five Elements Mountain would definitely be closed. At that time, even Grandmaster Xing and Lord Tianxing wouldn't be able to go out easily. That would be completely different from the current semi-open situation. The celestial terminus Lord didn't want to go back, and that was to be trapped here. Qing Shui's gaze shifted outside. After breaking through the fog, she could see the surrounding environment clearly. Ordinary elixirs could be seen everywhere. Even if it looked like an ordinary grass, it was actually a spiritual herb. These elixirs wouldn't be taken away. Grandmaster Xing, who came in, wasn't interested in them at all. In his opinion, the really precious elixirs were the heavenly and divine elixirs. Generally, after the opening, those with lower cultivation levels would target this place. So many elixirs. That's the phoenix feather fragrance. That's the glazed wind. Qing Shui couldn't help but shout. These were rare things for her outside. Her family was relatively ordinary, so these elixirs weren't very common. Even if they were available, they would be given to those with good talent. She wanted to go over and pluck them. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, and she couldn't wait to pounce on them. Go ahead and pluck a little. Remember, don't pluck too much. This place looks safe, but it's actually very dangerous. If you pluck too much, you will definitely be punished. Tianyin smiled and gestured for her to go ahead. Qing Shui's excited eyes quickly calmed down. She immediately shook her head and said, "No, I'm waiting for the opportunity that you will give me. I can't be attracted by these small profits." Chapter 1913. When Tianyin heard Qing Shui's words, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Qing Shui was thinking too much. She thought the fortune he gave her was referring to the scene in front of her. "I said I would give you a fortune, but it's not that simple. It must be something bigger. I just picked them along the way." "It's not a fortune," Tianyin said with a smile. Qing Shui shook her head. She didn't want to get off the carriage to pick the elixirs. She even thought it was a test. Only God knew what some powerful figures were thinking. As long as she stuck to the principle, there wouldn't be any problem. "Well, since you don't want to pick them, forget it. But it's true that these elixirs are useful to you, but they're not very meaningful. You'd better look at some good elixirs, which will be more effective." Tianyin didn't continue to persuade her. Anyway, since Qing Shui had made the choice, he could only agree. She didn't know that Tianyin really wanted her to pick the elixirs at will. There weren't many tests. She just needed to pick the elixirs on the roadside if she thought they were suitable. Anyway, it was along the way. She had to hurry if she wanted to pick them. While they were on their way, the news that the celestial terminus ancestral land had been taken away by someone broke out. Arriving late at this time was indeed a little too slow. The news was mainly transmitted to the other ancestral lands first, and then to this area. The distance between the two places was still very far. After all, there were only two forces near the Five Elements Mountain. As for the other forces, they were still far away from each other. It would take some time for them to transmit the news. Most of the information could be extracted, the detailed process could be obtained, and even the images could be obtained. After all, there were so many cultivators watching the battle. Although the celestial terminus ancestral land was controlled, it was not a problem to transmit the news and sell it. There were so many cultivators, and it was impossible for Tianyin to manage them all. It was inevitable that the news would be leaked. When the forces learned about it, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that the celestial terminus ancestral land would be captured so easily. The identity of the person who captured the celestial terminus ancestral land was extremely mysterious. He only knew that he had a unique star Dharma idol and was extremely powerful. When this news spread, even the big families outside knew about it. In the message, there was also a warning, which was to tell them not to provoke this person. At the same time, it also transmitted Tianyin's appearance, saying that he was the current ruler of the Empyrean terminus ancestral land. This time, Blue Moon and the others were scared out of their wits. All of them began to scream after seeing their current state. This really is a controller. Don't tell me he's aiming for Celestial Terminus Lord? Blue Moon recalled Tianyun's words after reading the message from her family. The current ruler of the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land. Only by killing Empyrean Terminus Star Lord would he be able to become the true ruler of the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land. Senior brother, do you think he can really kill Celestial Terminus Star Lord? The junior sister asked her senior brother. How is that possible? At best, that fellow is just a late-stage Grandmaster Xing, not a Star Venerate. The gap between a Star Venerate and Grandmaster Xing is so huge. Celestial Terminus Star Lord can crush him with one finger, the senior brother said confidently. If Celestial Terminus Star Lord wasn't in the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land, that fellow wouldn't have survived until now. He was even more displeased with Tianyin. He was young, powerful, and had a unique Star Dharma idol. He couldn't wait for Tianyin to die immediately. Star Venerate! Everyone yearned for this cultivation. Once they became Star Venerates, they would become the overlords of the ancestral land. Star Venerates were the standard to measure a force's strength. Star Venerates were invincible existences. As long as they weren't Star Venerates, everyone else was like an ant. In their opinion, Grandmaster Xing wasn't even worth mentioning and could be easily killed. Junior sister, unless he's really the young master of the Jade God Ancestral Land, even if he has a unique Star Dharma idol, he can't be compared to Celestial Terminus Star Lord. You made the wrong choice. Qing Yu shook her head. When she got the news, she thought Tianyin had little chance of winning. She had seen the power of a Star Venerate. Grandmaster Xing and Tianyin couldn't compare to Celestial Terminus Star Lord with his current strength. In the depths of the Five Elements Mountain, the news spread quickly. The man guarding on the hillside opened his eyes, and the thick layer of dust on his body fell off. Good job. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord's tone was extremely cold, and his eyes were cold. I didn't expect that you would fall into the enemy's hands after leaving the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land for a while. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord turned his head and looked at a small grass on the side. There was only a little bit left before it was completely coated with a layer of gold. Then it would be a sign that it was completely mature. Soon, just a little bit more, and the golden divine grass will be completely mature. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord's gaze was extremely cold. As long as I get the golden divine grass, I will be able to make further progress. It will help me build a solid foundation, and I will have a chance to break through to the Star Venerable realm in the future. Who dares to cause trouble? All of you must die. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord didn't take any action to leave. Instead, he continued to wait here. It didn't matter what happened to the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land. For him, as long as he made a breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill those B** stars. To put it bluntly, as long as he was strong enough, he would not only be able to take back the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land, but also the surrounding forces would belong to him. Therefore, he couldn't leave. He still waited here, quietly. Even if the Empyrean terminus ancestral land was destroyed, he wouldn't feel any pain. He would only care about himself. When the news about Tianyin spread in the outside world, Celestial Terminus Star-Lord continued to travel forward in the carriage slowly. It was quite conspicuous to travel slowly in this area. Growl! All of a sudden, a giant beast pounced out of the fog on the side and pounced toward Celestial Terminus Star-Lord. Its giant body made the carriage look as thin as a leaf. Qing Shui was startled by the roar. When she looked outside, her face turned pale. It was a giant ice tiger pouncing toward them. As it pounced, it released cold air, which froze everything around it into ice sculptures. Its cultivation had reached the Star Master late stage, which was much stronger than Qing Shui's cultivation. Beast, lie down! Han Long snorted coldly. He raised his hand and smashed the ice tiger, pouncing toward him into the ground. Its giant body didn't even have the strength to lift, and it was pressed firmly against the ground. Its cultivation was only at the Star Master late stage, so it was obvious that it couldn't be compared to Han Long. Your Excellency, I have subdued it. Han Long stood beside him, respectfully. Chapter 1914. After circling the ice tiger once, Tianyin nodded in satisfaction. This was his first time seeing a giant beast, so he naturally had to observe it carefully. Beside him, Qing Shui was extremely envious. She was envious of how good it was to have power, as there was no need to worry about attacks from these giant beasts. It had to be said that any of the giant beasts that appeared were at least mid-stage or late-stage Star Masters. Those with weaker cultivations would definitely die if they came in alone. This was why they could not move around freely, and they could not stay here forever. If they were not careful, they would die here. Not bad, not bad. The giant beasts' bodies are really big. If they were tamed, they would have decent combat power. Tianyin narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, his skills were too low-leveled, and he could not tame these giant beasts. His other skills were still at the lower realm level. For example, alchemy was at the level of the lower realm. Even if it could be used here, the level was too low, and he would not be able to cultivate anything useful. Beast-taming techniques were more or less the same, and they could not tame such powerful giant beasts. If he wanted to improve, it was not impossible, but he would have to spend a lot of time and slowly move it up. He did not have that much time right now, and there were many things waiting for him to do. As long as the system fully evolved, he would be able to use star energy to level up. If he were like other cultivators and cultivated bit by bit, who knew how long it would take? That's enough. Let it go. Tianyin waved his hand, indicating for Han Long to let the giant beast go. Han Long did not ask any questions and immediately let it go. As long as it was Tianyin's orders, he would obey unconditionally. No matter what, he would obey absolutely. This was also why Tianyin had chosen him. He wanted absolute loyalty, and even more so, the kind that did not ask too many questions. Just do what I tell you to do, and why ask so many questions? Beside him, Qing Shui was stunned. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she obediently kept her mouth shut. Such a giant beast was full of treasures. How could he let it go just like that? This ice tiger was truly a treasure. If Xiao Chun could capture it, he would definitely be able to refine a furnace of good medicine. He could even use it to refine weapons. However, since they were all caught by Tianyin, she naturally couldn't interfere. If he wanted to let them go, he could let them go. She didn't have the right to ask for anything. Tianyin had his own reasons for letting these beasts go. After all, he had no need for them. In addition, perhaps in the future, when his beast-taming ability improved, he would come over to capture it. When the ice tiger was released, it was stunned. It had never thought that it would be released. It thought that it would be killed. However, it did not hesitate. It turned around and fled into the fog, not stopping at all. It was naturally a good thing that they were let go, so why did they have to stop? After this interlude, they continued to move forward. However, they didn't go far before a few Master Xing intercepted them. "You are the young master who killed our divine Cauldron Ancestral Land's law enforcer." This time there were 5 Master Xing, judging from their clothes. There was no doubt that they were the Master Xing of the divine Cauldron Ancestral Land. Yi Tianyin did not even get out of the carriage. He sat inside and asked, "That's me. What's the matter? I wonder which force you are from. Or are you from the ancestral land of the Jade God?" The leading elder Ding Li flew down and arrived in front of the carriage with an indifferent expression. The few elders behind him were the same. The weakest of them was at the middle stage of Master Xing, while the leading elder Ding Li was at the late stage of Master Xing. Without this level of cultivation, he would not be qualified to be an elder. "Ancestral land of the Jade God?" Yi Tianyin laughed. It seemed that these people's brains were really broad. However, it was no wonder that they were so bold after seeing his astonishing strength. They must have some backing. Who knew that he didn't have any backing? Everything was made up by their imagination. If it wasn't for the ancestral land of the Jade God, they definitely wouldn't be so calm. They would have already pounced on him and beaten him up. It was hard for them to swallow the anger of killing 4 Master Xing enforcers. But when they thought that he might be a disciple of the ancestral land of the Jade God, they had no choice but to calm down. The slightest mistake could lead to death. "If you are a friend from the ancestral land of the Jade God, please forgive us if we have offended you. If possible, we can use other things to make it up to you. As long as you like something, we won't take it from you." Elder Ding Li chose to lower his head and not resist. After all, they had heard the shocking news that the celestial Terminus Ancestral Land had been destroyed. They all knew how powerful the celestial Terminus Ancestral Land was. An area that even they couldn't destroy had been destroyed by Yi Tianyin. In their opinion, it was impossible to complete this mission without any background or helpers. Although he was quite strong and had his own star dharma, it was impossible for him to destroy the entire celestial Terminus Ancestral Land by himself. Therefore, they concluded that the ancestral land of the Jade God must have helped. Although they didn't know why, it was possible that they wanted to expand their territory. Normally, the ancestral land of the Jade God wouldn't care about this place, but after thinking about it, they could only do so. Seeing their attitude, Yi Tianyin smiled. He had to admit that it was easy to get things done with power. He had studied the ancestral land of the Jade God and knew its power. It was a very powerful force, so it wasn't a big problem for them to lower their heads. In order to survive, it was okay to suffer a little. Especially when facing a force that was difficult to resist, they could only choose to lower their heads. "As long as they don't provoke me, I won't kill anyone. You can rest assured about that." Yi Tianyin smiled. Qing Shui was stunned. Didn't Yi Tianyin's answer mean that he admitted that he was the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God? If that was really the case, then his status would double in a row. Not to mention Qing Shui. Even Han Long was stunned. Was Yi Tianyin really from the ancestral land of the Jade God? "Thank you, young master. If you have any problems, just tell us. As long as we can do it, we will help you." Elder Ding Li heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Tianyin let them go, everything would be fine. "Coincidentally, I have something that I need your help with," Yi Tianyin said to them. "What is it?" Elder Ding Li asked. "Help me find Celestial Terminus Lord. Do you know where he is?" Yi Tianyin had come to find Celestial Terminus Lord. "We know that." Elder Ding Li nodded. "Actually, many people know where he is. We will take you there now." They were shocked. They remembered the news that Yi Tianyin was really going to kill Celestial Terminus Lord. Chapter 1915. As it turned out, they must have been thinking too much, and they were the kind of people who thought too much. Even if the Celestial Lord really came, he would not hide behind them, but come in openly. "Well, take me there now." Yi Tianyin waved his hand. "Okay, we will lead the way for you now." Elder Ding Li completely regarded him as the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. He had no choice but to think so. Tianyin was naturally happy to let them lead the way. Since they all thought so, he might as well make use of it. Under the guidance of Elder Ding Li and the others, they flew toward Celestial Lord of Heavenly Terminus. They let the dragon horse soar and followed closely behind Elder Ding Li. Elder Ding Li, who was leading the way, cursed Tianyin countless times in his heart. They were the dignified elders of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron, and they were ranked at the top, but they came to lead the way. If it were not for the fact that Tianyin was the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God, they would have been too lazy to bring him along. In other words, the young masters of the other ancestral lands would not have shown any mercy. The ancestral land of the Jade God was much stronger than the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. The two were not on the same level, so they could only choose to compromise. Along the way, Han Long and Qing Shue's expressions were different. They were still full of surprise. They never thought that Tianyin would be the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Don't overthink it. I'm not from the ancestral land of Jade God. If they think I'm from the ancestral land of Jade God, then so be it. I just happen to lack a few people to lead the way. It would be perfect if I could fight with Celestial Lord of Heavenly Terminus. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, I didn't mean to deceive them. If they want to think so, then I will follow their wishes. So that's how it is. Qing Shui almost burst out laughing. She showed an expression that said, You are very bad. The two of them really believed Tianyin's words. After all, Tianyin never lies. Who knew that he was lying this time? Thinking about how these elders had risked their lives all the way, if they knew that Tianyin wasn't the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God, what kind of expression would they have? The few elders in front were still anxiously leading the way, worried that Tianyin would get angry. If that happened, they would be done for. Up ahead is where the Celestial Terminus Star Lord is. He's been guarding the golden divine grass, refusing to leave no matter what. When the time comes, there will definitely be many experts fighting over it. However, with Celestial Terminus Lord's ability, he should have a good chance of snatching it. Elder Ding Li explained. Golden divine grass. Tianyin's eyes lit up. He had read about this stuff in various books. If it was refined and consumed, it would definitely strengthen one's foundation. There was also a certain chance that it could improve the Star Dharma idol. The golden divine grass was also known as the Star Venerable Grass. After taking it, one would have a great chance to break through and become a Star Venerable. This kind of divine grass would definitely be fought over by all the Star Lords. It seems that the Star Lords of the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron are also eyeing this golden divine grass. Tianyin squinted at them. This, if you want it, then we definitely won't interfere. We will obediently give it up and not participate in the snatching, Elder Ding Li said hurriedly. At the same time, he hoped that Tianyin would not be interested in the golden divine grass. They had been eyeing it for a long time and planned to snatch it from the Celestial Terminus Star Lord. Not only the Star Lords of the Divine Cauldron Ancestral Land, but the other Star Lords were also participating. It would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. However, if the ancestral land of the Jade God really got involved, they could only leave obediently. They did not want to die. Even if the number of Star Lords who came this time exceeded the ancestral land of the Jade God, they did not dare to go against the ancestral land of the Jade God. After all, they were all Star Lords, and they were also in the early, middle, and late stages. The Star Lords present were mainly in the early and middle stages. There were almost no late-stage Star Lords. The 3 Star Lords of the Jade God's ancestral land were all in the late stage. At the same time, their Star Dharma idol had reached above the 5th level. Who could compete with them? Don't worry, I won't snatch it. I just want Celestial Terminus Star-Lord's life, Tianyin said indifferently. That's right, that's right. As long as the ancestral land of the Jade God makes a move, Celestial Terminus Star-Lord will die for sure. I can only say that he doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He actually dared to provoke the ancestral land of the Jade God. Elder Ding, Li's eyes lit up. This was actually good. If Celestial Terminus Star-Lord was killed, then their chances of obtaining the golden divine grass would greatly increase. You don't plan to help me get rid of this Celestial Terminus Star-Lord? Tianyan frowned and put on a stern face. This Celestial Terminus Star-Lord is extremely powerful. We have to ask the divine Cauldron Star-Lord. Elder Ding, Li wiped his cold sweat. It was difficult to agree to such a request, but it was also difficult to refuse. The ancestral land of the Jade God asked them to help, but they did not. It would be very serious to settle accounts later. However, Elder Ding Li was very tactful. It was better to let the divine Cauldron Star-Lord make the decision first. Then what are you waiting for? Tianyan snorted coldly. It seemed that he really did look like the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Yes, we will ask the divine Cauldron Star-Lord. Elder Ding Li could only bite the bullet and ask for instructions. Seeing this situation, Han Long and the others were about to laugh out loud. It would be perfect if they really played a game of dog biting dog. Tianyan saw this situation and shook his head. It seemed that the ancestral land of the Jade God was too high to defy. The saddest thing was that they did not even have the ability to verify it. It seemed that the ancestral land of the Jade God would be difficult to contact. Soon, the divine Cauldron Star-Lord received the news. After seeing it, his face suddenly sank. Damn it! What is the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God doing? Is he using us as cannon fodder? He was very angry and turned to look at Celestial Terminus Star-Lord in front of him. Although he was a mortal enemy of Celestial Terminus Star-Lord, he could not really fight to the death. He was afraid that other forces would benefit from it. He thought for a while and decided to see Tianyan. No matter what, he had to see this young master. Immediately, he quickly flew away and flew outside. After a while, he saw Elder Ding Li and the others. This is the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. This is the first time we meet. He is really handsome, worthy of being the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. The divine Cauldron Star-Lord landed on the side, and an invisible pressure immediately shrouded them. The powerful power of the Star-Lord made Han Long and Qing Shui bend down, unable to even straighten up. Tianyan did not have any problem, mainly because the pressure was specially restrained by the divine Cauldron Star-Lord and was only released to the surroundings. How would he dare to do this to the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God? Well, this is the first time we meet. Tianyan looked at him and said calmly, So, have you decided to help me kill Celestial Terminus Star-Lord? As long as you help me get rid of Celestial Terminus Star-Lord, the ancestral land of the Jade God will definitely thank you. Chapter 1916. Tianyan's request made the divine Cauldron Star-Lord's eyes wander. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, the divine Cauldron Star-Lord sized him up and said doubtfully, It's not a big deal to ask for my help, but there are many experts in the ancestral land of the Jade God. The Celestial Terminus ancestral land was attacked. Why do you need our help this time? Isn't it a waste of the Jade God's ancestral land's resources? The destruction of the Celestial Terminus ancestral land had already reached the ears of the Star Lords. The reason why Tianyan is not suspected of anything is mainly because of this, so people feel that Tianyan's identity is not fake. Besides the Jade God's ancestral land, which force would be so arrogant to destroy an ancestral land so easily? Although the divine Cauldron ancestral land wanted to attack the Celestial Terminus ancestral land, they needed a lot of preparation work. Moreover, they had to be wary of the revenge of the Celestial Terminus Star Lord. They would not dare to do such a thing casually. He believed that the other ancestral lands were in the same situation and would not dare to attack at will. Only the Jade God's ancestral land would dare to be so unscrupulous, although they did not know why they wanted to destroy the celestial terminus ancestral land. How could they guess what these experts were thinking? They have other things to do. It will be some time before they can come over. For example, the depths of the five-element mountain. Tianyin smiled faintly. Even in the face of the Star Lords, he behaved very naturally. He did not even blink when he lied. The depths of the five-element mountain. The divine cauldron Star Lord narrowed his eyes. Even he did not dare to enter the depths of the five-element mountain at will. There were too many secrets in the five-element mountain. Even the Star Lords did not dare to act recklessly. Only Star Venerables could do whatever they wanted here. I see, but you can wait for them to come out. Even I can't intervene in the current situation. It's not that I don't want to agree, but there are many Star Lords now. If you can win over other Star Lords, you can fight. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was not a fool. Even if he would be given benefits, he would not rush forward directly. It would not be easy to deal with the celestial terminus Star Lord, especially when he was alone. It would be extremely difficult to deal with him. If Xiao Chen could rope in one or two more Star Venerates, he would definitely choose to help. How could he not agree to something that was already in the bag? He could get rid of Celestial Terminus Lord and help the ancestral land of the Jade God, so why not? Why? Are you not confident in your own strength? Tianyin looked him up and down and smiled contemptuously. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was furious, but he did not explode. He still maintained a calm expression. No, I have confidence. It's just that I want to deal with Heavenly Terminus Star Lord more perfectly. It would be better to have help. If there's one more person, the credit will be shared equally. Are you sure you want to do this? Besides, you're not the only one who wants to deal with Celestial Terminus Star Lord. Even if the others aren't roped in, they'll still deal with him, won't they? Tianyin was a dark person, but he didn't want to provoke so many powers. The other forces currently had no enmity with him, so there was no need to provoke too many of them. What he didn't like was the Divine Cauldron Ancestral Land and the Celestial Terminus Ancestral Land, so he would definitely destroy them. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord's eyes narrowed. Tianyin was right. The credit would be shared equally. Besides, there were also people dealing with Celestial Terminus Star Lord. It was not a big deal for him to interfere. You still want the Golden Divine Herb, don't you? Tianyin exposed the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's thoughts. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was hesitant. He wanted to pull one more person out because he wanted the Golden Divine Herb. No Star Lord wouldn't be tempted. It could increase their chances of breaking through to the Star Venerable realm. Even if it was only a trace, they would fight for it. Yes, I want the Golden Divine Herb. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord said bluntly, "They told me that you came here to kill Celestial Terminus Star Lord. You're not interested in the Golden Divine Herb. If possible, I want to get a piece of the Golden Divine Herb as well." No problem. Whoever takes the Golden Divine Herb, just make them spit it out. What do you think? Tianyin smiled. What he said made the Divine Cauldron Star Lord tremble. This was really the overbearing style of the ancestral land of the Jade God. So what if the Golden Divine Herb was taken away? He could get it back. If he didn't give it to him, he would flatten him. This was the overbearing style of the ancestral land of the Jade God. This kind of thing was not uncommon, and the ancestral land of the Jade God had done it many times. Tianyin knew that the ancestral land of the Jade God was extremely overbearing. If they liked something, they would rob it openly. After robbing it openly, they would be even crueler. It would be a small matter if they destroyed an entire force. No problem. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord's eyes lit up. He didn't doubt Tianyin's words at all. I'll definitely do it well. I'll sneak attack Celestial Terminus Star Lord when he's attacked. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord laughed. His eyes were full of pleasure. Finally, he could deal with Celestial Terminus Star Lord. Okay, I'll leave it to you, E. Tianyin said with a faint smile. I'm looking forward to your performance. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord nodded and immediately turned around to go back. E. Tianyin didn't stay idle either. He followed them in. Watching the battle from the side wouldn't affect anything. Then they went in together, passed through the gap in front, and came to a crack in the corner. This place was full of rich metal power, much richer than outside. He had just come in when he saw a grass that was constantly emitting golden light. It looked very inconspicuous, and it was stuck on the edge of the cliff in front of him. The grass was inconspicuous, but the golden light it constantly emitted was extremely eye-catching. The whole space was enveloped by the golden light emitted by the grass. This was the golden divine herb. It was a very inconspicuous weed, but it was the famous golden divine herb. The more inconspicuous it was, the more powerful it was. However, it was inconspicuous mainly because the golden divine herb had not fully matured. Once it fully matured, it would have different changes. Next to the golden divine herb, there was a middle-aged man quietly meditating, waiting for the golden divine herb to mature. Celestial Terminus Star Lord. E. Tianyin's eyes turned cold. As long as he killed Celestial Terminus Star Lord, all the slaves in the Celestial Terminus Ancestral Land would be liberated. His hometown would also be liberated, and there would be no more worries. Not only Celestial Terminus Star Lord, but there were also 3 other Star Lords on the side, including the Divine Cauldron Star Lord. There were a total of 5 Star Lords. This meant that the masters of the 5 forces were all here. Boy, how dare you come here? Celestial Terminus Star Lord, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His cold and piercing gaze pierced through, staring straight at E. Tianyin. Chapter 1917. Yes, so what if I'm here? If you have the ability, come and kill me for revenge. E. Tianyin stood where he was and smiled. He knew that Celestial Terminus Star Lord wouldn't dare to come over. His position was the best place to fight. If he left that region, the other star venerates would immediately occupy it. All right, boy, just you wait. When I snatch this golden divine grass, you will die without a doubt. No matter where you escape to, no matter what force you belong to, you will die. Celestial Pole Star Lord snorted angrily and closed his eyes again. On the side, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord had a strange expression on his face, but in fact he was laughing in his heart. He did not expect the Celestial Pole Star Lord to be so idiotic as to want to be enemies with E. Tianyin. E. Tianyin was the young lord of the Jade God Ancestral Land, who would dare to oppose him. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord felt that the Celestial Terminus Star Lord was dead for sure. He also felt that he was too ignorant and could not even guess this. He was really an idiot. The rest of the Celestial Lords also had a strange expression. They also guessed that E. Tianyin was the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Otherwise, how could he be so unscrupulous and powerful? They racked their brains and searched countless times, but they still couldn't figure out which faction had such a heaven-defying existence. As for going to the ancestral land of the Jade God to verify it, even if he had similar thoughts, he would have to go there to verify it. Currently, they were still waiting for the golden divine grass, so they did not have such thoughts. This was especially so when it had nothing to do with them. They could not be bothered to say anything more. They could not wait for the Celestial Pole Lord to be destroyed. This Celestial Terminus King didn't think that I was the young master of Jade God Ancestral Land? E. Tianyin was a bit confused. Logically speaking, Celestial Lord of Heavenly Extremity should know something. But Celestial Lord of Heavenly Extremity didn't seem to think that he was the young master of Jade God Ancestral Land. As he was thinking this, the light released by the golden divine grass became more and more astonishing, as if it would explode at any moment. Soon, the last bit of green on the golden divine grass was covered in gold. The moment it covered the seemingly unremarkable golden divine grass, a phantom image suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was the phantom image of a huge golden mountain. Next, the golden divine grass began to grow at a crazy rate. Originally, it was only a few inches tall. Now, it began to grow 1 zhang at a time. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of over 100 zhang. Not only did it grow extremely tall, but it was also spreading out in all directions. At this moment, it no longer looked like a small blade of grass, but rather a huge golden divine tree. Mature, it's about to mature. The many star venerates felt excited as they stared at the golden divine grass. This included the heavenly extremity star venerate, who clenched his fists tightly, preparing to snatch it. He had already set up a great formation here. This was his greatest advantage. With the support of the great formation, he really wouldn't have much confidence in snatching it away. Only Star Lord Divine Cauldron stared at Celestial Terminus Lord. He kept thinking about what Tianyan had said, which was to kill Celestial Terminus Lord and everything would belong to him. No matter who the golden divine grass belonged to in the end, wouldn't he still be the most popular one? Tianyan, who was watching from the outside, was amazed by this scene. This was the golden divine grass. It had been maintaining an unremarkable scene, and no one could discover it. At the final moment of maturity, it quickly burst out in its most perfect form. However, it had been discovered long ago. After all, there were many sharp-eyed experts, and Celestial Terminus Lord was one of them. Soon, when the golden divine grass had completely matured, the phantom image of the golden mountain in the void shrank and returned to the golden divine tree. At the same time, it began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into an extremely mature golden blade of grass, one that had grown legs. After growing legs, the golden divine grass ran outside, turning into a golden ray of light. The mature golden divine grass was like a human. Naturally, it quickly escaped to avoid being caught. But how could it escape? Celestial Terminus Lord had already set up a great formation here. Once it matured, it would immediately seal the golden divine grass. Trying to escape? Impossible. Celestial Terminus Lord's eyes were filled with golden light. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the surrounding great formation surged. Several golden light pillars pierced down, nailing the golden divine grass in midair. Not to mention escaping, it was directly frozen in midair. In an instant, the golden divine grass was sealed, and it couldn't escape at all. It had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years, yet it was caught just as it matured. It had to be said that this was the fate of a divine medicine. The sealed golden god grass continuously twisted and turned, wanting to escape from the seal. However, with its strength, how could it escape? No matter how it writhed, there was no meaning to it. You are mine. Celestial Terminus Lord's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab the golden divine grass. As long as he put the golden divine grass into his pocket, everything would be over. He might not be able to fight against so many celestial venerables, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But at this moment, several beams of divine light pierced through and shattered the seal. The golden divine grass sensed that the seal was broken, so it immediately ran outside. You, Celestial Terminus Lord, flew into a rage. He had guarded it for so long, so how could he let it go to waste? Celestial Terminus Lord, how could I let you enjoy such a good thing alone? Celestial Lord Peicheng, who was at the side, laughed loudly. He waved his hand, and a huge net, which could cover the entire deity realm of the lower realms, quickly descended. It seemed like they were also prepared for such an inescapable net. I have prepared for so many years. How could I let you ruin it? Celestial Terminus Lord roared, and he quickly took out his Star Dharma idol, releasing a level 5 Star Dharma idol. The power of a Celestial Lord immediately allowed him to control the power of the 5 directions. Celestial Terminus Lord was indeed powerful. He could control the power of the 5 directions, which immediately increased his combat strength by 10 times. Not only that, but he also had the support of the Great Formation, which immediately raised his strength to a whole new level. Scram! Celestial Terminus Lord erupted with a vast power, and a huge illusory battle wheel floated up. This battle wheel could release a blazing combat strength, which greatly increased his strength. Immediately he grabbed at the void, and a huge battle wheel appeared in his hand. He waved it wildly, and an invincible light slashed out, turning everything it touched into ruins. In an instant, the surrounding celestial lords were shaken away. He was not injured, but it was already very impressive to be able to shake off the fierce attacks of several celestial lords. However, there was one who was not shaken away, and that was the Divine Cauldron Lord. A divine cauldron appeared behind the Divine Cauldron Lord, which offset the attack. At the same time, he also erupted with his strongest power, as if he was going all out, wanting to completely suppress Celestial Terminus Lord. Whoever suppresses Celestial Terminus Lord with me, when I get the golden divine grass, I will definitely give him half. Seeing that Celestial Terminus Lord was so overbearing, the Divine Cauldron Lord knew that it would be too late if he did not make a move. He originally wanted to sneak attack, but now it seemed like he could only face it head-on. Chapter 1918. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord's words shocked the other Star Lords. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was obviously going all out. Not only did he use his full strength, but he was even willing to give up half of the golden divine grass. Generally speaking, the effects of the golden divine grass would be the greatest when consumed in its entirety. However, the effect of taking half of it was still not bad, especially now that there were too many monks and not enough gruel. No one was willing to submit to the other. However, if the battle continued, it would be easy for both sides to suffer. If there were people working together, things would be different. If the two of them worked together, their chances of obtaining the treasure would greatly increase. In particular, the Divine Cauldron Lord's own strength was not bad. If they worked together, it would not be difficult to defeat the Heavenly Terminus Lord. The Sword Wind Star Lord held his long sword and created a sword wind that tore through the void. Divine Cauldron Star Lord, is that true? It's absolutely true. If I manage to snatch the golden divine grass, I'll definitely give you half. The heavens and earth can be my witness. The Divine Cauldron Star Sovereign stretched out 2 fingers and immediately swore an oath. It was a simple oath without too many deadly words. However, the twinkling of the stars in the sky meant that the oath had been successfully made. As long as it was violated, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord would definitely be severely punished by the heavens. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord naturally did not want to split the golden divine grass in half, but in order to give the ancestral land of the Jade God a good explanation, he could only choose to throw caution to the wind. After making such an oath, even if the Jade God ancestral land wanted the golden divine grass by force, half of it would be given to Star Lord Sword Wind. His heart ached a little, but from the looks of it, this was all he could do. All right, then I'll join forces with you to deal with the Celestial Terminus Lord. The Sword Wind Star Lord nodded and did not waste any time. He immediately took out his star aspect, and a long sword appeared behind him. It created a whistling sword wind and cut through the void. The 2 star Venerates, working together, made the heavenly pole star Venerates face sink. This was especially so since these 2 were not easy to deal with. Naturally, he had to take them seriously. As for revenge, he had long thrown it to the back of his mind. He was too lazy to even look at Tianyan. The 2 star Venerates outside exchanged glances. Unless they also worked together, how could they snatch it? Let's work together. If we manage to snatch it, I'll give you half as well. All right, no problem. The 2 star lords outside immediately reached a consensus and formed a large camp. They were all forced to do this. They didn't want to join hands at first, because joining hands meant that they would have to split the profits. Now that the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the Sword Wind Star Lord had joined forces, there was no reason for them not to join forces. Do you think you can deal with me by joining hands? How naive! Celestial Terminus Star Lord laughed out loud. The war wheel in his hand rotated again, and layers of power stacked on top of each other. The effect of the battle wheel was astonishing. As it rotated, its combat power would rise steadily. This effect increased as it became more compatible with the war wheel. It was a pretty good star aspect. No wonder the Celestial Pole Star Lord was so domineering, monopolizing a faction. It turned out that he really had great strength. Kill! The Divine Cauldron Star Lord also took out his Divine Cauldron and fought head-on with his opponent. As the two sides clashed, energy fluctuations constantly spread out in all directions. Tianyun's side had already retreated to the back, so the shockwaves didn't affect them. A battle between star sovereigns is truly too terrifying. Qingxue was stupefied as she watched from behind. If she were to stand under this energy fluctuation, she would probably be easily shattered. How can we compare to the power of a Celestial Lord? We can't compare to the power of a Celestial Lord. Han Long was a little excited. He rarely saw Celestial Lords fight, especially so many Celestial Lords, which was even rarer. The biggest sign of a Celestial Lord was the number of Celestial Lords they controlled. The strongest among them was the Celestial Terminus Star Lord, who could control 5 Celestial Lords and 6 Celestial Lords. This meant that he had 12 times the power, which was extremely powerful. The other Celestial Lords only had 4 or 5 Celestial Lord star power, which was slightly inferior to the Celestial Terminus Star Lord. This was enough to prove that the Celestial Terminus Star Lord's control of power was stronger than theirs. In addition to the difference in cultivation, a Celestial Lord's control of the power was also the effect of controlling several Celestial Lords. If one's cultivation was weaker, one could make up for it by controlling more Celestial Lords. Some early-stage Celestial Lords could crush late-stage Celestial Lords by relying on this point. Rumor had it that some heaven-defying geniuses could sense the power of the stars very well. They could easily control more than 7 or 8 Celestial Lords, and the power they released was even more terrifying. The further they went, the more terrifying the superposition would be. Tianyun nodded and smiled faintly as he watched them fight. He didn't even need to spend much effort to deal with the Celestial Lord. Then, the Celestial Lord was forced to retreat, and the golden divine grass floated around. No one could get it. However, it seemed that the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others had a higher chance of getting it. Damn it! I won't let you get it, even if I die. The Celestial Lord activated his power again and charged forward. With a loud bang, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others were sent flying and injured. The Celestial Lord was seriously injured and his face was pale. It had to be said that the Celestial Lord was not simple to be able to fight his way out of the 2 Celestial Lords' battle. However, according to the situation, the Celestial Lord couldn't hold on for too long. If he continued, the golden divine grass would definitely be snatched away. Boom! 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 The fierce collision set off a series of explosions. In the end, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others suffered serious injuries. On the other hand, the Celestial Lord was already at his limit. If this continued, he would definitely die. The golden divine grass floated in the void and was not snatched away by anyone. The 2 Celestial Lords on the side watched covetously. They wanted to see who would win and then snatch it. This situation naturally made the Divine Cauldron Star Lord anxious. If this continued, he was afraid that someone would succeed, and they would end up doing nothing. My guess was wrong. This Celestial Lord is too strong. How can his combat power be so abnormal? The Divine Cauldron Star Lord complained incessantly. He thought that it would be easy, But now it seemed that it was not easy at all. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on. It was the same for the Sword Wind Star Lord. He had attacked countless times, but the Celestial Pole Star Lord was able to withstand it. Young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The Divine Cauldron Star Lord turned his head and shouted at Tianyin. In a moment of desperation, he could only seek help from Tianyin. He wanted to help, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill the Celestial Lord. It would be good if someone else could help, but now he was in an extremely awkward situation. You said he is the young master of the Jade God ancestral land. The Celestial Lord, who had been repelled, raised his hand and pointed at Tianyin. Celestial Lord, it seems that you are really stupid. Have you become stupid after staying here? He is so talented, yet he can still destroy your ancestral land. Isn't he the young master of the Jade God ancestral land? The Divine Cauldron Star Lord sneered. Now, do you know who you have provoked? Ha ha ha. The Celestial Lord sneered. It seems that you have been fooled. He is not the young master of the Jade God ancestral land. Idiot. Chapter 1919. The moment the Celestial Pole Star Venerates said that, everyone was stunned, including the surrounding Star Venerates. Tianyun's identity was fake? Fake? How is that possible? How could he have destroyed your celestial, terminus, ancestral land without a powerful backer? Star Lord Divine Cauldron didn't believe Celestial Lord's words. You call me an idiot? You're the real idiot, aren't you? Celestial Lord sneered. None of you are as familiar with the Jade God ancestral land as I am. I've seen the young master of the Jade God ancestral land, and I'm the one who works for it. It seems you're overthinking things. The celestial terminus ancestral land has been famous for a long time. Why hasn't it been destroyed by those seemingly righteous forces? Because they wouldn't dare to touch my celestial terminus ancestral land, even if they had 10 guts. Celestial Terminus Star, Lord said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that after so many years, an unknown brat would appear out of nowhere and destroy my celestial terminus ancestral land. I don't know which power you belong to, but you can destroy my power. But no matter what force it is, anyone who dares to provoke me and the Jade God ancestral land will die. Star Lord Divine Cauldron, I was wondering why you worked so hard. So you were instigated. It seems that being too low-key is a mistake. I've always tried to rely on my own strength to control everything. I don't want to rely on the power of the Jade God ancestral land. If I can become stronger with my own strength, the Jade God ancestral land will think highly of me and value me. I didn't expect that in the end, others would use the prestige of the Jade God ancestral land to deal with me. What a miscalculation! Celestial Lord looked coldly at Tianyin and said, Kid, I really didn't expect you to be so good at fooling us. Star Lord Divine Cauldron, are you going to deal with me first this time? Bastard, how dare you lie to me? Star Lord Divine Cauldron roared and immediately turned his attack to Tianyin. The invincible cauldron crazily expanded and turned into a towering cauldron. Celestial Lord didn't make an oath, so Star Lord Divine Cauldron immediately believed him. The main thing was that when he thought about it for a while, it was true. Only the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land did something inhumane, which was to enslave cultivators from the lower realms. Generally speaking, those who acted rashly would definitely not be able to tolerate it. However, the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land had always been safe and sound. No powers dared to provoke them. This proved that they knew that the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land had a backer. After figuring this out, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord immediately erupted and attacked fiercely, wanting to vent all his anger on Tianyin. This time, he didn't even want the golden divine grass. He just wanted to kill Tianyin to vent the anger in his heart. Brat, let's see what you can do this time. Celestial Terminus, Star Lord, snorted coldly. He didn't even need to personally take revenge. Someone else would help him deal with it. Qing Shue's face turned pale. She hadn't expected such a reversal. Celestial Lord of Celestial Terminus was the one who truly served the ancestral land of Jade God. Wasn't this the same as provoking the ancestral land of the Jade God? Not to mention Qing Shue. Even Hanlong was worried. Let's not talk about the ancestral land of the Jade God for the time being. The several star lords in front of him were enough to make him suffer. Didn't this mean that the plan had failed? Moreover, it was a complete failure, and he had also provoked two forces. Brat, you turned out to be a liar. Catch him. The divine cauldron star Lord didn't attack him. The elders who had been watching from the side were furious. A large part of the responsibility for this kind of mistake was related to them. Now they could only catch Yi Tianyan to make up for it. Several star masters rushed over. Due to their anger, they burst out with their strongest power, wanting to catch Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan didn't despair because of this, nor did he show an expression of unwillingness. Everything was within his expectations. From the beginning, he had planned to kill the celestial terminus star Lord by himself. It didn't matter if the divine cauldron star Lord helped or not. It was just that the ancestral land of the divine cauldron was also not a good person. Since they had provoked him, he would also be dragged into the water. Therefore, it was nothing to be seen through. To him, it wasn't that the plan had failed, but that the plan had never changed. How could it be considered a failure? Everything was just giving him another wave of star energy. This old servant. Han Long's body straightened, and he wanted to burst out with all his strength. Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand to stop him. In an instant, the phantom of the five-colored Emperor Dragon appeared behind him. He didn't even transform into his main body. He stepped forward into the void, and violent power splashed in all directions. Several elders who had rushed over were directly blown up and turned into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, several elders were easily beheaded, as if they were vegetables. However, the greatest enemy was still the divine cauldron star Lord, who was the most terrifying existence. Brat, you have some ability, but everything ends here. Everyone below the star Lord is an ant. The divine cauldron star Lord quickly suppressed him. The huge divine cauldron pressed down, and there was no way to escape. The invincible giant cauldron was like an invincible divine mountain, enough to smash everything into meat paste. Although the unique star aspect was powerful, in the eyes of these great figures, before it grew up, everything was trash. If not for his fear of Yi Tianyun's identity as the ancestral land of the Jade God, he would have already made a move. Now that he knew that he had been tricked, he didn't have to worry about Yi Tianyun's life. Facing such pressure, the pressure on Qing Shue and Han Long doubled. They couldn't even stand up, and they directly knelt on the ground, unable to move. The power of a Star Lord was too strong, especially when the divine cauldron star Lord used the star power from all directions to increase his own strength. Logically speaking, with such a gap, there was no need to use the star power above. However, the divine cauldron star Lord was really mad with anger. If he wanted to kill, he would kill them all without leaving any room for maneuver. Is everything over? Qing Shue struggled to raise her head to look at Yi Tianyan. She saw that he was still standing straight, as if nothing could suppress him. My lord, quickly escape, don't worry about us. Qing Shue felt that Yi Tianyan didn't leave because he wanted to protect them, so he didn't run away. Escape? That doesn't exist. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and said, I'll show you that Star Lords are not invincible, especially this kind of crazy Star Lord. In the next second, Yi Tianyan took a step forward, and his body immediately turned into a huge five-colored Emperor Dragon. At the same time, the stars above shone, and the star power of the five directions shrouded him, directly strengthening his strength. Five directions of star power? And it's Grandmaster Xing's cultivation? The Sword Wind Star Lord and the others were stunned. Grandmaster Xing could use star power. Were they seeing things? However, it was not over yet. The huge five-colored Emperor Dragon Star aspect suddenly opened its mouth in the star domain and actually devoured half of the divine Cauldron Star, Lord Star Power. After devouring the star power of 2 directions, it immediately increased its star power from 5 directions to 7 directions. At the same time, the divine Cauldron Star Lord Strength was immediately weakened. Chapter 1920. A large portion of the divine Cauldron Star Lord Star Power was immediately devoured, which was equivalent to weakening the divine Cauldron Star Lord Strength by half. Not only was it weakened, but it could also increase one's own strength. This was the most terrifying ability. This was the first time they had seen such an ability, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Heavenly Terminus Star Lord was shocked by this scene. They had never seen such a heaven-defying ability. At most, it could suppress the other party's star power, but it was definitely the first time they had seen it devour the other party's star power. How is this possible? When the divine Cauldron Star Lord felt his power sharply decrease, he was shocked. He had never expected such a situation to occur. The power of the divine Cauldron Star Lord immediately weakened a lot. But even if it was weakened a lot, it was still the power of a Star Lord, and it was still extremely powerful. Even if it's weakened, it will still crush you to death. The divine Cauldron Star Lord quickly recovered from his shock and slapped down again, without the slightest sign of weakening. If you're weakened, you'll become worthless after Yi Tianyin transformed into the original body of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. He pressed down heavily. The huge dragon claw carried the star power of the 7 directions, and it also carried a crazy damage mode. His power reached a new peak. In particular, the star power of the 7 directions was no longer an ordinary superposition, but a superposition effect of 15 times in one go. From hexagonal star power onwards, there was a superposition effect of 3 times. Coupled with the crazy damage mode, it was a superposition of 27 times, which was absolutely unparalleled combat power. Especially with the power of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon, it immediately surpassed the power of the Divine Cauldron. Especially since the Divine Cauldron Star Lord had been injured, the power he released was naturally not as strong as before. If he was at his peak state before, Yi Tianyin would still be a little cautious, but unfortunately he had already been exhausted by the Heavenly Terminus Star Lord, so the effect was completely different. Boom! The huge divine cauldron was slapped away by his claw, and then the huge dragon claw continued to press down. The divine cauldron was slapped away, and even his own star Dharma form was sent flying. What was left of the divine Cauldron Star Lord? Impossible! The divine Cauldron Star Lord looked at the dragon claw pressing down on him, and his heart was filled with horror. Yi Tianyin's cultivation was only that of a star master. How could he erupt with such terrifying power? How could he master star power? Before he could figure it out, Star Lord Divine Cauldron was killed by his palm. A star venerate who controlled the divine Cauldron ancestral land, was slapped to death just like that. Before he died, he couldn't understand how Yi Tianyin could control such a powerful force. It was completely beyond their expectations. Not to mention him, the others who were still alive still had not figured out what was going on. Ding! Successfully killed the divine Cauldron Star Lord. Obtained 12 million star energy points. Obtained divine Cauldron Star, level 5 celestial aspect. He did not drop any equipment, nor did he drop any special treasures. He simply dropped 2 big items. But that was enough. The shocking star energy points made his eyes light up. He was indeed worthy of being a big fat sheep. As for treasures, he could just plunder them from the divine Cauldron Star Lord's storage ring. These Star Lords all had special storage rings that belonged to the very high-grade type. They could store too many things inside. Not bad, the harvest is quite rich. Yi Tianyin quickly returned to his original body, holding the divine Cauldron Star Lord's storage ring in his hand. There were many treasures and martial arts inside the divine cauldron. It could easily control the treasures of a force, which was quite impressive. When this scene fell into the eyes of the others, they were completely stunned. If they were shocked by the fact that Tianyin had devoured star power before, then now that the divine Cauldron Star Lord was killed, they were completely dumbfounded. This was a star monarch, not a great master Xing. Even if it was an injured star lord, it was still a star lord. The power released was far from what Star Master Xing could compare with. Han Long's performance was the best proof. From the moment the attack started, he felt that he had been suppressed, and he did not even have the strength to resist. He could only choose to escape, but Tianyin did not leave, so how could he escape? Now, the legendary Star Lord, who was difficult to resist, had been killed by Tianyin with a single slap. There was no too fancy of a battle, just a slap to death. He was not like the celestial pole Star Lord, who constantly attacked each other, and in the end, no one could do anything to the other. Now he had been killed by a slap from Tianyin. The difference between the two was obvious. Of course, all of this was because the divine Cauldron Star Lord had been too careless, allowing Tianyin to easily take him down. The Star Lord was killed. Qing Shui was stunned. She thought that he was dead for sure. No matter how heaven-defying Tianyin was, it was impossible for him to fight against the Star Lord. Now it seemed that she was wrong. Tianyin was still completely crushing his opponent with an invincible momentum. Yes, even the Star Lord was killed. His Excellency is invincible. Han Long's eyes were filled with horror. He had seen Tianyin fight against the Guardians before, but the Guardians were Star Lords, not Star Lords. Those guardian gods were on a completely different level from the divine Cauldron Star Lord, who knew that under such circumstances, Tianyin could still crush the other party, which was extremely terrifying. Don't you want to kill me? You can come over now. Tianyin's gaze shifted to the celestial pole Star Lord. Now that the celestial pole Star Lord had snatched the golden divine grass, no one snatched it from him, since the celestial pole Star Lord revealed that his backer was the Jade God Ancestral Land. The celestial pole Star Lord's heart trembled. This was simply a freak. The other Star Lords looked at each other. They would not intervene and could only watch from the side. Anyway, they had no enmity with Tianyin, and Tianyin did not have the golden divine grass. Therefore, they would not make a move and could only watch from the side. If Tianyin really killed the celestial pole Star Lord, they might make a move. After all, this way, the golden divine grass would be equivalent to an ownerless object, so they could naturally snatch it at will. Do you really think I'm an idiot like the divine Cauldron Star Lord? The celestial pole Star Lord said coldly. The divine Cauldron Star Lord was too careless. With him as an example, how could I lose to you? Today, I will use you as a blood sacrifice to let the world know that I, the celestial pole Star Lord, cannot be provoked. The battle wheel above the celestial pole Star Lord's head was released again, releasing rings of battle intent. The power that erupted was indeed far from what the divine Cauldron Star Lord could compare with. The celestial pole Star Lord was originally stronger than the divine Cauldron Star Lord. Otherwise, why would the Jade God Ancestral Land choose him to serve? When he released all his power, the celestial pole Star Lord laughed at himself. He did not expect that he would have to use all his power in the face of a Grandmaster Xing. No one would believe it. Outsiders who did not know the real situation would only feel that the celestial pole Star Lord was too weak to use all his power to deal with a Grandmaster Xing. Chapter 1921. The celestial terminus Star Lord unleashed his full strength, treating Tianyin as a powerful Star Lord. Therefore, the power he unleashed far exceeded the divine Cauldron Star Lord's previous power. In addition, the celestial terminus Star Lord was already very strong, not something the divine Cauldron Star Lord could compare to. Qing Shui and the others trembled. This time, the celestial Terminus Star-Lord was not in the same situation as the divine Cauldron Star-Lord. He was going to unleash his full strength. Previously, the divine Cauldron Star-Lord was careless, but this time, the situation was completely different. My lord! Qing Shui looked at Yi Tianyun with worry in her eyes. The other Star-Lords looked at the situation, wanting to see what the final result would be. Would Yi Tianyun win, or would the celestial Terminus Star-Lord win? This brat is doomed. If he could hide for a while and come out, he would definitely be invincible. Taking advantage of the divine Cauldron Star-Lord's carelessness to kill him, he is too arrogant. Yes, if he could hide for a while, he could really become a demonic genius. He is already so strong now. What if he breaks through to the Star Venerate level? At that time, most of the Star-Lords would not be able to compete with him. Unfortunately, everything ends here. We can only watch the golden divine grass. We came in vain. The Star-Lords shook their heads, feeling that everything was so unfortunate. Not only would it be a pity that they could not obtain the golden divine grass, but it would also be a pity that such a genius would die. If he became a disciple of their faction would really have another super genius. This was a unique stellar Dharma phase, an existence that could control stellar power before reaching the Star Venerate level. It was definitely 1 in a trillion. At least, they had never seen it before. Now that he was about to be killed, they could not help but sigh. If the celestial Terminus Star-Lord was not backed by the Jade God Ancestral Land, they would really want to save Yi Tianyun. Unfortunately, they were facing the Jade God Ancestral Land, an existence that they could not provoke. If they provoked it, it would not be worthwhile to destroy their own ancestral land for a genius. Come on, devour my stellar power. The celestial Terminus Star-Lord stared at Yi Tianyun. At the same time, he was very worried that his stellar power would be devoured. Devour your stellar power? There's no need. Yi Tianyun looked up at Empyrean Terminus Star-Lord and said casually, I don't need to absorb your astral power to deal with you. It will only dirty my hands. How arrogant. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Celestial Lord, Celestial Terminus, sneered and pressed down from the void. Boundless power stacked on top of each other as the invincible war wheel attacked, once again. This was an existence that could knock back 2 Star Venerates. Now that it suppressed him, how could Yi Tianyun resist? Lord, quickly devour their astral powers. Qing Shui and the others were anxious. Devouring their astral powers would greatly weaken their opponent's strength. If he didn't devour it, the other party would definitely go all out. At that time, it would definitely not be easy to deal with. The gap between their cultivation bases was already there, let alone going all out. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he smiled. The energy in his body circulated crazily. Breakthrough. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to Star Venerate. After deducting a large amount of star energy, he successfully broke through to the Star Venerate level. Among all the Star Venerates, this was an insurmountable peak. Now he easily surpassed it and charged into the Star Venerate level. When he broke through to the Star Venerate level, a surge of energy soared into the sky. In the star region above the 9 heavens, a 5-colored emperor dragon soared and roared. Dragon might suppress the world. The energy in Yi Tianyun's body continued to rise. The 5-colored emperor dragon in his body also expanded, and its strength increased significantly. He broke through to the Star Venerate level. They were all stunned. When they felt this familiar aura, they immediately knew that Yi Tianyun had broken through to the Star Venerate level. He broke through at the drop of a hat, without any warning. Qing Shui and the others, who were behind Yi Tianyun, felt it the most intensely. The previously unrivaled Star Venerate level energy was now attacking them. However, this time, the Star Venerate level energy did not belong to anyone but Yi Tianyun himself. The celestial Terminus Star Lord's eyes narrowed, but his attack did not weaken. Instead, it seemed to be strengthened. He did not know how Eteonyon did it, but he knew that he had to finish off Eteonyon quickly. He was already so heaven-defying without breaking through to the Star Venerate level. If he really broke through to the Star Venerate level, the celestial terminus star lord would not be able to contend against him. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Eteonyon had not completely consolidated his cultivation to launch the strongest attack. However, his wishful thinking was all wrong. Today, I am a Star Venerate. Eteonyon's figure rushed out of the divine light. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. The seemingly small hand tore the void and tore a starry sky. Star power from the 8 directions. When he broke through to the Star Venerate level, he could actually control the star power from the 5 directions to the 8 directions. Superimposing the star power from the 8 directions on the original Star Venerate level was absolutely explosive. He did not even need to transform into the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. With his own strength, he could tear the sky apart with one hand. He did not need any weapons. He only relied on his hand to grab the falling battle wheel in the void. He held it firmly so that the celestial terminus star lord could not suppress it at all. This is your strength. Eteonyon smiled disdainfully. I gave you so much time to prepare, and this is all you can show me? You are too weak. Get down. He stretched out his hand and crushed the battle wheel in the void. At the same time, he slapped the celestial terminus star lord into the ground. With a series of bombardments, a huge pit appeared in the ground. The celestial terminus star lord collapsed on the ground, unable to move. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. His internal organs were all shattered. He was not dead, but his injuries were extremely serious. The celestial terminus star lord had already suffered serious injuries when he fought with the divine cauldron star lord and the others. Now that he was hit by Eteonyon's palm, he was half crippled. Eteonyon quickly landed beside the celestial terminus star lord and quickly made a few hand seals on the celestial terminus star lord's body. Soon, he used a tyrannical power to forcibly seal the celestial terminus star lord's power. Then he dragged the celestial terminus star lord up and looked at him with a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why can't you kill me now? The celestial terminus star lord's face turned ashen. He did not expect that he would end up in the hands of Eteonyon. This was a great humiliation. Do you think that you can really control the celestial terminus ancestral land by killing me? I am from the ancestral land of the Jade God. If you kill me, the ancestral land of the Jade God will definitely send people to kill you. Not only did the celestial terminus star lord not beg for mercy, but he also started to threaten. Why do you think I kept you alive? It was because I wanted to ask about the ancestral land of the Jade God. Eteonyon sneered. Otherwise, do you think you could have lived until now? Then he turned his head and looked at the celestial lords beside him. His eyes were cold. If any of you want to continue fighting, come forward. Chapter 1922. Eteonyon became more violent after breaking through to the Star Lord realm. The other Star Lords had to consider whether they were qualified to compete with Eteonyon or not. Besides, it was not necessary. Eteonyon had already suppressed the Celestial Pole Star Lord. He would be hunted down by the ancestral land of the Jade God. It was impossible for him to escape. The ancestral land of the Jade God would investigate this matter. After all, the Celestial Pole Star Lord was a member of the ancestral land of the Jade God. If Eteonyon killed the Celestial Pole Star Lord, he would be hunted down. But if he didn't kill the Celestial Pole Star Lord, he would be hunted down by the ancestral land of the Jade God. It seems we don't have any hope of getting the golden divine herb. Even if we snatch it, the ancestral land of the Jade God will take it back. Let's go. We might as well go to the 5 Elements Mountain to explore. Maybe we can find something better. The Star Lords chose to leave one by one. They didn't intend to snatch the golden divine herb anymore. For them, this was already hopeless. Hanlong and the others looked at this side in a daze. Not only did he kill the divine Cauldron Star-Lord, but he also suppressed the celestial pole Star-Lord easily, especially when he broke through to the Star-Lord realm. Wasn't it said that it was extremely difficult to break through to the Star-Lord realm? Why did Eteonian break through so easily? It was like drinking water. This really surprised them. But they were even more pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Eteonian would lose, but now he had won. However, after the pleasant surprise, they became very worried. No matter whether they killed the Celestial Pole Star-Lord or not, they had become enemies with the ancestral land of the Jade God. This matter would not be easy to solve. The ancestral land of the Jade God was very famous. Any force would feel terrified when they heard it. They would not dare to resist. The ancestral land of the Jade God was a 3-star lord, and it was not as simple as they thought. It was said that the ancestral land of the Jade God had a grade 6-star Dharma aspect. Although it was not as special as the unique star Dharma aspect, a grade 6-star Dharma aspect was still invincible. The unique star Dharma aspect of the past generations was not absolutely invincible. It was usually the level 6-star Dharma aspect that was invincible in the world. Now it's time to settle the score. Those slave marks in the Empyrean Pole ancestral land were all arranged by Yushin ancestor, right? Eteonian did not kill him because he thought of this. Originally, the two had nothing to do with each other, but when the celestial terminus lord said that he was working for the Jade God ancestral land, he thought of the Jade God ancestral land. It was very likely that the slave imprints of the Empyrean terminus ancestral land were set up by the Jade God ancestral land. It seems you're not stupid. The slave imprints of the celestial pole ancestral land were indeed set up by the Jade God ancestral land. Celestial Pole Star Lord sneered. So are you afraid now? He even controlled the Celestial Pole ancestral land and removed the slave imprint. He was truly capable. I believe this matter will soon reach the ears of the ancestral land of Jade Divinity. You won't even know how you died then. Eteonian's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's neck and lifted him up, exerting pressure on Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord. Since Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's power was sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person. When the power pressed down, Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's face turned red, as if he was suffocating to death. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Eteonian sneered. I thought you were the one who arranged the slave imprints. As long as I killed you, the slave imprints would disappear. It seems that the real culprit is the Jade God ancestral land. The Jade God ancestral land really hit it well. There's no news about it outside. Do you think you're a righteous person? Ha ha ha. It's useless to kill me if you want to remove all the imprints of the Celestial Pole ancestral land. If you're so capable, go and destroy the Jade God ancestral land. Heavenly Terminus Star Lord laughed in a hoarse voice, not caring about his own life at all. If you really go, I believe it won't take long for you to be completely suppressed. You trash. Of course, Heavenly Terminus Star Lord was not afraid of death. As a superior, his dignity was always more important than his own life. All right, you can die now. Eteonian stretched out his hand and squeezed. His power poured into Heavenly Terminus Star Lord's body, causing his body to explode. A bona fide Star Venerate died just like that. Heavenly Terminus Star Lord's death meant that the Celestial Pole ancestral land had lost its ruler, and he had become the real ruler. However, it was not over yet. If he wanted to truly liberate the Celestial Pole ancestral land without any future troubles, he had to eradicate the Jade God ancestral land. The spearhead suddenly shifted from Heavenly Terminus Star Lord to the Jade God ancestral land, a force that many forces did not dare to provoke. In this area, the Jade God ancestral land was the big boss. Who could resist it? Your Excellency, I'm afraid we're going to provoke the Jade God ancestral land. Han Long flew over with Qing Shui and landed next to Yi Tianyin. He looked worried. So be it. Since the Jade God Ancestral Land is the real culprit, we'll just destroy it. Yi Tianyin flicked his fingers and said calmly, "Let's go and explore the Five Elements Mountain. There is something I want in there." "Yes, Your Excellency." Han Long didn't say much. Besides worry, there was more excitement in his eyes. He was also a hot-blooded man, and he was not a coward. In a sense, he had already died once. Since he was a member of the team of extermination, he had lost his freedom and couldn't control himself. He was basically dead. Now he was rescued by Yi Tianyin. If it were not for Yi Tianyin, he would not have come back to life. Although the Jade God Ancestral Land was terrible, he would still follow Yi Tianyin to kill them. At the thought that the Jade God Ancestral Land had caused the situation, he was even angrier. Then they continued to take the carriage to the Five Elements Mountain. Qing Shui had a complicated look on her face. She thought Yi Tianyin was strong, but he seemed so small in front of the Jade God Ancestral Land. The Jade God Ancestral Land was a huge force. It had 3 Stars Lords, but it also had many strong people. There were hundreds of Star Masters alone. As for Star Masters, there were as many as dogs, especially the Star Venerables. If they took out a Star Venerable's treasure and released it, it would be equivalent to having the support of a Star Venerable. At that time, would Yi Tianyin still be able to deal with them? News of what happened here quickly spread outside and exploded among the various forces. They were all shocked by the news, especially when they learned that the Celestial Terminus Ancestral Land had an affair with the Jade God Ancestral Land. They knew that Yi Tianyin was doomed. Qing Yue and the others, who had wanted to establish a good relationship with Yi Tianyin through Qing Shui, turned pale when they heard the news. Among them, the elder level immediately threw out a sentence, informing all the clansmen that they can never have anything to do with Yi Tianyin. Qing Shui is no longer a member of the clan. What she does outside has nothing to do with the clan. Chapter 1923. Currently, there are no forces that have a relationship with Yi Tianyin. Originally, there were some forces that wanted to make friends with Yi Tianyin. When they heard the news, they hurried to change their plans. Qing Shui's side was the most miserable. She had wanted to win her over unconditionally and build a good relationship with Yi Tianyin. After all, someone who could kill 2 Star Venerates was an extremely heaven-defying existence. But when they heard about the ancestral land of the Jade God, they changed their expressions. It was undeniable that Yi Tianyin was strong. If he could kill 2 Star Lords, how could he not be strong? But no matter how strong he was still powerless in front of the ancestral land of the Jade God. They were all Star Lords, but the Star Lords in the ancestral land of the Jade God were more dreadful. They could be called Star Lords. That was the inheritance of a Star Lord. Those Star Lords must have obtained the corresponding inheritance. The Star Lords in the ancestral land of the Jade God could rival those in the middle stage in the early stage. As for those in the late stage, they were even more dreadful. Under such circumstances, everyone believed that Yi Tianyin would definitely lose. Not even the unique Star Dharma idol. In their opinion, unless Yi Tianyin hides and cultivates for 10,000 years, there is still a little chance for him to come out. But it was just a chance. After all, the ancestral land of the Jade God had the inheritance of a Star Lord. The strength of a Star Lord was the main reason. It was said that a Star Lord was so strong that no force could rival a Star Lord. An attack from a Star Lord was enough to destroy half of the ancestral land. More importantly, a Star Lord could make laws with his words. He could decide life and death with a glance, and he could even set rules. The slave mark of the Celestial Pole ancestral land had a similar effect. If he wanted to break it, he would have to break the law of nature. However, Yi Tianyun's 5-color Emperor Dragon had a strong law of nature. That was why he could break the slave mark easily. Yi Tianyin and the others in the depths of the 5 Elements Mountain didn't know what was going on outside. Qing Shui didn't know she had been abandoned. She couldn't go back even if she wanted to. If they appeared, they would be captured by their own families and sent to the ancestral land of the Jade God for punishment. That was why the Jade God ancestral land was so famous. It was so powerful that it made all the other powers tremble. Anyone who provoked the Jade God ancestral land would have to pay any price. Even if the patriarch injured someone from the Jade God ancestral land, he would be tied up and sent to the Jade God ancestral land. If they didn't do this, they would suffer the calamity of extermination. The carriage was still moving slowly in the Five Elements Mountain. Everything was going smoothly. Qing Shui didn't know what Yi Tianyan was looking for. Wasn't it enough to get the golden divine grass? The golden divine herb could increase one's chances of breaking through to the star venerable realm. If it had been other practitioners, they would have left long ago instead of staying in this extremely dangerous area. But she didn't ask. She didn't know why Yi Tianyan continued to go in. She didn't dare to ask questions like before. She couldn't even breathe when she was facing a Star Lord, let alone ask questions casually. Great. It's just ahead, Yi Tianyan suddenly said. Qing Shui was startled. What's ahead? Qing Shui turned her head hurriedly, but she didn't see anything. She could only see white fog and nothing else. It's an opportunity for you, Yi Tianyan said with a faint smile. I told you. I said it's an opportunity for you. So it's an opportunity for you. Under Han Long's control, the carriage quickly broke through the fog and arrived inside. As soon as they broke through the fog and entered, they heard people talking inside. It seemed there were many people there. At this moment, Qing Shui saw that there were many Star Masters here, and there were also many Star Masters. There were at least dozens of Star Masters. As for Star Masters, there weren't many. They were all geniuses of some families. There was a divine tree in the area surrounded by them. There were 3 spiritual fruits on the tree. They were glowing with a faint blue luster. They were about to ripen. Their arrival attracted a few gazes, but that was all. They didn't know what was happening outside. Communication was sealed here, so they didn't know that Yi Tianyan had killed 2 Star Venerates. If they knew, they wouldn't be so calm. Another group of people came from who knows where. They even dare to ride carriages in. I wonder if they're bold or just idiots. A Star Master snorted coldly but ignored them. Their gazes focused on the divine tree in front, waiting for the spiritual fruits to ripen. This is a rare water spirit fruit. If consumed, it will improve one's physique significantly. It is especially effective for water-attributed physiques. When Qing Shui saw this fruit, she covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes filled with envy. It's Elder Qing Shuiyu, Senior Sister Qing Meng, and Senior Brother Qing Dan. She saw familiar people here. Senior Sister Qing Meng and Senior Brother Qing Dan had pretty good talent. Hence, they were brought here to snatch the water spirit fruit. After consuming it, they would definitely improve their strength significantly. As for her, she didn't have the qualifications. She didn't even have the qualifications to come here. Now that she could come and take a look, it was already pretty good. However, for so many Star Masters, 3 water spirit fruits was a situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel. It was very troublesome to snatch them. If I can get 1 water spirit fruit, I will definitely improve a lot. Qing Shui had a look of envy, and her eyes were filled with desire. The opportunity one I'm talking about is for you to go and get 1 water spirit fruit. Of course, if you want 2 water spirit fruits, you are also allowed to take them. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. What? Qing Shui was dumbfounded. She thought that Yi Tianyan was here to snatch the water spirit fruit. She didn't expect him to bring her here to snatch the water spirit fruit. After the shock, she pointed to herself and said, "My lord, you're saying that the water spirit fruit is for me?" "That's right. You can go and get the water spirit fruit yourself. I can block the rest of the cultivators for you. However, you have to get the water spirit fruit yourself. This is a little difficult for you. However, if you can't even pass this level of difficulty, It will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and said, the surface of the divine tree in front of them was rippling with the power of water. If they were to go near it, they would definitely be attacked. It was very likely that they would be sent flying. However, with a little effort, it would not be a problem. The opportunity that Yi Tianyin was talking about did not mean that he would help in the whole process. He was only helping to block those star masters. Whether or not he could get the water spirit fruit was another matter. I can do it. Qing Shui nodded her head heavily. Her eyes were filled with determination. It was not easy to fight for an opportunity. Even if she had to risk her life, she would get the water spirit fruit. And as long as you have this confidence, Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and shifted his gaze to the front. Your clan's elder has noticed this side. It seems that he has recognized you. Chapter 1924. Junior Sister Qing Shui, why are you here? After Qing Meng and the others came over, they looked at Qing Shui in confusion. The 5 Elements Mountain was not open. How could Qing Shui come in? But thinking about it carefully, it was almost time to open. It was not surprising that she would open the door early. If the door was not open, there was only one possibility for her to come in at this time. She was brought in by an expert. That was Master Xing brought her in. But when they looked ahead, they saw an old man and a young man. The old man looked very inconspicuous. They guessed that his cultivation was average, at most at the level of a star master. As for the young man, it was impossible for him to be a Master Xing. How could he be a Master Xing at such a young age? Therefore, they were immediately classified as ordinary people. But they did not know why they happened to come in with Qing Shui. Elder Qing Shuiyu, Senior Sister Qing Meng, Senior Brother Qing Dan. I came in with the Lord. Qing Shui did not hide anything from them. She was full of respect for her senior brothers and sisters, so she would not lie. The Lord. They looked at Yi Tianyin up and down in surprise. He did not look like an adult. They would believe it if he said he was a big man. The Lord was a respectful title for a superior. Did this young man deserve to be called that? But when they looked at Han Long, it was very likely that he was called Han Long. He looked like a bad old man. Maybe he really had some skills. Nonsense. Do you think you can come in so casually? Get out quickly. Even if someone brought you in, you can't come in casually. It is very dangerous here. When the water's spiritual fruit ripens, it will be very chaotic. Not everyone can take care of you. Elder Qing Shuiyu shouted and asked Qing Shui to leave quickly. He glanced at Han Long and vaguely felt a power at the level of a Master Xing. Then he immediately knew that Han Long was a kindred spirit. His cultivation was probably at the level of a Master Xing. Although Qing Meng and the others could not see it, it did not mean that Elder Qing Shuiyu could not see it. As an elder, he was very dissatisfied with Qing Shui coming in with others. Especially when he was an outsider, he was filled with hostility. As long as he entered, he would be an opponent. Later on, he would definitely be a formidable opponent for the water spirit fruit. Qing Shui glanced at Yi Tianyin. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Tianyin interrupted. I will protect her. You don't have to worry about that. Just take good care of your disciple. Yi Tianyin's expression was indifferent. He didn't have a good impression of this family, but he didn't have a bad impression either. In any case, he was here to give Qing Shui some good fortune. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. You sure talk big at such a young age. Elder Qing Shuiyu snorted coldly and said, I don't know which force you are from, but you brought our clan's disciples in at will. What are your intentions? Could it be that you are a playboy and have taken a fancy to our Qing Shui? If you have taken a fancy to our Qing Shui, then don't use this little trick. If you are not strong enough, you will kill people. As he spoke, he looked around. There were dozens of Xing masters here. Even if Han Long next to him was a Xing master, he could only be one of them, not the only one. Elder Qing Shuiyu, it's not like that. You can't say bad things about His Excellency. He has done me a favor, and I can't afford to associate with him. Qing Shui was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't expect her elder to say that. After all, the person in front of her was a Star Lord. He was a Star Lord, not a Xing Master. Even if there are hundreds of Xing Masters, they could only stand aside, let alone dozens of Xing Masters. Now that he said that, she was even more scared. What if Yi Tianyin was displeased and flattened her family? Little junior sister Qing Shui, you can't say that. Your talent is not bad. Even if you marry into a big family or even an ancestral land, you can marry into a good family. How can you belittle yourself like this? Senior sister Qing Meng looked Yi Tianyin up and down, frowned, and said, Young master, which force are you from? Are you here to gain experience? Or do you have some other purpose? Qing Meng didn't have a good impression of Yi Tianyin. She always felt that he was here to abduct her junior sister. Yi Tianyin pointed forward and said indifferently, I'm here to give her a chance. Let her take one water spirit fruit, or all of them. It's up to her. What a big tone. Senior Qing Dan, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. They were about the same age, but he had such an arrogant tone. This made him very unhappy. How many grandmasters Xing are there here? Even if you brought a strong helper, you can't talk big, right? It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag our junior sister down with you, okay? They were rather concerned about Qing Shui, mainly because they saw an outsider. Naturally, they were united against that outsider. Normally, they were only considered average. Their gazes were cold, and they felt some disgust for Yi Tianyin. They hated people who exaggerated things, and they hated people who boasted even more. They felt that Yi Tianyin was just boasting, using flowery words to attract their junior sister. No, Milord didn't harm me. He really wanted to bring me here to take the water spirit fruit. Qing Shui quickly stood up and explained. Elder, senior brother, senior sister, Milord definitely wouldn't harm me. He is very strong, and he can bring me to take the water spirit fruit. Oh, how strong? Could he be a Star Venerate? Here, unless he is a Star Venerate, there is no guarantee. Qing Meng said coldly, Junior sister, wake up. I know you are kind-hearted, but you can't trust people so easily. You guessed right. I am a Star Venerate. Yi Tianyin said calmly, That's enough to protect your junior sister, and you are strong enough to take the water spirit fruit, right? If you are a Star Venerate, I am a Star Venerate. Senior brother Qing Dan sneered and snorted disdainfully. To be honest, if it weren't for Qing Shui, what you said would have been enough for you to die several times, Yi Tianyin said calmly. You are really arrogant. Brat, believe it or not, I'll slap you. Senior brother Qing Dan was angry. He didn't believe that his opponent could be stronger than him. Qing Shui was so scared that she quickly stepped forward to stop him. She said, Senior brother Qing Dan, don't talk nonsense. He really is a Star Venerate. Qing Shui, you are really... Elder Qing Shuiyu shook his head. He thought she was too gullible. How could someone so young be a Star Venerate? When they were about to continue talking, the tree in front of them started to turn dark blue. The water spirit fruit was about to ripen. The water spirit fruit is about to ripen. Let's go and prepare it. Elder Qing Shuiyu looked at Qing Shui meaningfully. Take care of yourself. Qing Meng also looked in this direction. She clenched her teeth and said, Junior sister, leave this place quickly. Don't trust others too much. Humph. Qing Dan snorted coldly and followed up without saying anything. They still had important things to prepare. Sir, please don't blame them. They are really doing this for my sake. Qing Shui was so scared that she knelt down immediately. Just this once. Don't do it again. Yi Tianyin looked calm and didn't blame them. If they offended him again, they would be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Chapter 1925. Thank you, my lord. Qing Shui stood up, trembling. She knew that Tianyin was very easy to talk to, but some things were not so considerate. Speaking like this in front of a Star Lord, one would not even know how to die. Tianyin looked up at the water spirit fruit in front of him and maintained his smile. How many water spirit fruits do you want? 1, 2, or 3? It's up to you. 1 is good, 1 is good. Qing Shui's eyes lit up. She did not dare to be too greedy. 1 was enough. No matter what, she did not even dare to think about the water spirit fruit before. It was an extremely rare fruit, especially when she saw so many star masters here. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to snatch it. If not for the fact that Tianyin was a Star Lord, she really did not believe that Tianyin could help her obtain the water spirit fruit. Good. Get ready later. I will protect you. No one will be able to get close to you. The rest is up to you. If you can't get it, it's your own problem. Tianyin's expression was indifferent. Qing Shui nodded heavily. No matter what, she had to get this water spirit fruit with all her might. While they were preparing, Qing Meng and the others frowned at the side, feeling displeased. Little junior sister is still not leaving. It seems that she has really been bewitched by that brat. Qing Meng shook her head. Forget it. Don't bother about her. This is her own choice. When the time comes, it's her own problem. Elder Qing Shuiyu said indifferently, with a star master by his side, that brat is definitely not from an ordinary family. He should also be here to train. But what's the use in a situation where there are so many star masters? Elder Qing Shuiyu revealed a disdainful smile. They had 2 star masters on their side. The other elder had been guarding in front, maintaining a good position, waiting for the opportunity to snatch it. Compared to Tianyin's side, they were more confident. Their goal was to snatch 1 water spirit fruit. As for 2 water spirit fruits, the difficulty was simply too high. It's about to ripen. Get ready to snatch it. Elder Qing Shuiyu's face darkened. A long sword immediately appeared in his hand. He was ready to rush over and snatch the water spiritual fruit. As for the 2 of them, they could only watch from the back, waiting for the elders to snatch the water spirit fruit. In their hearts, they naturally hoped to be able to snatch 2 water spirit fruits. If they could only snatch 1, they could only split it in half. The water spirit fruit was so precious, if only one of them ate it, the other would really be helpless. Both of them were outstanding geniuses of the clan, so it was naturally impossible for them to give up on either one. When they were about to start, they looked at Tianyin. They discovered that Tianyin had taken out a wine table and was drinking wine by the side. Qing Shui was respectfully pouring wine for him at the side, causing them to be stunned. Aren't you courting death by drinking here? Qing Meng and the others shook their heads. This kind of action didn't have the slightest hint of preparation. At the same time, it seemed more like a provocation to all the grandmasters. All of them were preparing, but you were serving wine by the side. Isn't this provocation? Therefore, the other grandmasters all looked over unhappily, but they didn't have time to pay attention to them. After all, their hearts were focused on the water spirit fruit, and they didn't have extra energy to spare on others. Soon, the water spirit fruit finally ripened. A dark blue light immediately radiated and spread to the surroundings. It's ripened. At this moment, the numerous grandmasters all rushed towards the sacred tree, one faster than the other. All of them used their star dharma forms, and for a moment, the power of the grandmasters enveloped the area. When they rushed towards the sacred tree immediately emitted a strong shield, blocking them outside. This was the water spirit fruit's last means of protection. After a while, the water spirit fruit would completely transform and be able to escape by itself. At this stage, any spiritual fruit would have its own spirituality, so it would be afraid and choose to escape. Therefore, as long as they didn't rush up quickly, the water spirit fruit would definitely escape. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to find the skin, let alone the water spirit fruit. Open for me. Elder Qing Shuiyu and the other two great elders roared and madly attacked the shield, causing it to cave in. The two great elders broke it at the same time, and their cooperation was flawless. Based on this situation, there was indeed a good chance that they could break the shield and enter. If one looked carefully, there were no grandmasters of the ancestral lands present. The water spirit fruit was precious, but for the ancestral lands, it wasn't that precious. They had better things to offer their disciples. Therefore, the people present were actually elders of some clans, not elders of the ancestral lands. If the ancestral lands came to snatch it, they basically had no chance. The ancestral lands all had dozens or even hundreds of grandmasters of the ancestral lands. If they casually sent a group over, how could they survive? While they were frantically snatching the water spirit fruit, Etienne's side was still motionless, as if he was really watching from the side. Humph, he said he would let little junior sister get the water spirit fruit, and now he's still drinking on the side. What a liar! When Qing Meng saw this, her anger surged again. Now that the snatching had begun, and Etienne's side still hadn't made a move, she was naturally unhappy. This kid is a playboy, a liar through and through. When this is over, I'll definitely teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to keep a low profile. Qing Dan snorted coldly. He thought that Etienne was definitely a disciple of a small clan. He was already so arrogant with a grandmaster of the ancestral lands helping him. If there was another grandmaster, wouldn't he fly into the sky? Etienne, who was drinking, glanced over and slapped the void. Noisy! Slap! Qing Dan felt that his face had been slapped hard, and his whole body was sent flying. His entire face had been slapped like a pig's head, and there was no longer any trace of his previous handsome expression. If you talk too much next time, it won't be as simple as just slapping you. Etienne slowly got up. Under the other party's shocked and angry gaze, he slapped the void in front of him, and the space shook. Following that, a ray of light blasted out, directly splitting a huge ravine in the ground, forcibly plowing a path, and at the same time, it hit the tree of God in front of him. With a dong sound, the tree of God shook a little, and the shield outside instantly disappeared. What was left were 3 bare water spirit fruits. Immediately after, 2 water spirit fruits were forcefully pulled down from the tree of God, and only one was left on the tree of God. At the same time, it was still sealed there, unable to escape. The 2 water spirit fruits that were pulled down from the tree of God flew away, and finally landed in Etienne's hands. Go! There's only 1 water spirit fruit left. If you can pluck it, it'll be your own ability. Etienne gestured. Chapter 1926. The shield protecting the water spirit fruit was very strong. But no matter how strong it was, it could not resist the power of a Star Lord. The power of a Star Lord could steal the sky and change the sun. It was not a problem to forcefully suppress a mere divine tree. Especially when compared to the golden divine grass, it was much weaker. The two were not on the same level. With just a single move, he had broken through the barrier, and he had even specially carved out a path for Qingxue so that she could retrieve it herself. The shield was gone, but there was still some energy surrounding the surface of the water spirit fruit. If she wanted to pick it, she would have to spend some effort. If she broke the shield and entered, it would take a long time, and it would be very difficult. Even Grandmaster Xing could not break it easily. He needed some time, not to mention Qingxue, who was in the middle stage of Star Master. Yes. Qingxue's heart tightened. She did not expect Etienne to be so overbearing. He snatched away 2 of the 3 water spirit fruits, leaving only 1 in front. This meant that the rest of Grandmaster Xing's trip was in vain. They were just here to take a look. At the same time, she was deeply shocked. This was the power of a Star Lord. It was above everything. The thing that Grandmaster Xing and the rest tried their best to break was broken in the blink of an eye. It was like drinking water. Star-Lord? How could they not be familiar with this energy? This horrifying power was not something they could compare with. It made their hearts tremble. They were all dumbfounded. Rush up to snatch it? If they rushed up, they would not even be able to fill their teeth. Qing Dan and the rest were completely stunned, especially Qing Dan. Originally, he was filled with anger, but now he was cold from head to toe, completely chilled to the bone. This was an extremely horrifying thing. They had never thought that Yi Tianyan was really a Star-Lord. Thinking of what Qing Shui said before, she kept blocking in front of them, hinting them not to be so impulsive. But they still did not believe that Yi Tianyan was a Star-Lord. They even said disrespectful words. If it were any other Star-Lord, they would have killed him with one slap. Why would they stay until now? It's really Lord Tai by jinxing. Qing Dan was about to cry. Wasn't what she said just now courting death? It was one thing to throw away one's life, but it was likely that even one's family would be implicated. Elder Qing Shuiyu and the others turned pale. Elder Qing Shuiyu knew that he had made a mistake just now. He hurriedly flew over, dragged Qing Meng and Qing Dan to the front of Yi Tianyan, and led them to kneel down together. "I'm sorry, sir. We didn't mean to offend you." Elder Qing Shuiyu immediately apologized without any hesitation. A star venerate destroying their clans was as easy as drinking water. If they did not immediately apologize, the consequences would be dire. Yi Tianyan was still sitting there, drinking wine and watching the situation in front of him. He didn't care about them at all. He didn't even look at them. They did not get up, nor did they show any dissatisfaction. They just knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Qing Dan kept kowtowing until his forehead was bleeding, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He was panic-stricken. How could he care about this? He was completely frightened. He knew that if he didn't do this, he would be the one to die soon. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live well. Seeing them like this, Qing Shui's heart was desolate. This was the difference in strength. When you were strong, others would treat you as a human. Without strength, you were nothing. She wanted to have this kind of strength. Not only could she make everyone submit to her, but she also wanted to live like a human one day. She didn't have any pity for them kneeling on the ground. They were wrong. She had advised them before, but they didn't believe her. Did they only realize that they were blind when they burst out with strength? "Go and pick the water spirit fruit for me." "Yes, sir." Immediately, Qing Shui straightened up and walked towards the water spirit fruit. All eyes gathered on her again. No one dared to stop her. With a Lord Tai by jinxing protecting her, who dared to stop her? Whoever stopped her would be courting death. Qing Shui walked towards the divine tree step by step. Soon, she reached the water spirit fruit and raised her hand to pick it. Just as she raised her hand, it was blocked by the light. Waves of power kept surging towards her. Her slender hand was immediately eroded by this power, and her body began to freeze. If this were to continue, his entire body would probably be frozen stiff. But she didn't give up. She immediately mobilized all her strength and even took out the starry Dharma form to pick it. No matter what, she had to get this water spirit fruit. Not only could she not let down Yi Tianyun's good intentions, but she also could not let herself down. Whether she could turn the tables depended on her actions. While she was trying hard to pick it, the situation on Yi Tianyun's side was different. One by one, the starry masters came over and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lord Tai by jinxing." Yi Tianyan nodded to them, but for Elder Qing Shuiyu, he didn't pay attention to them. Although Elder Qing Shuiyu and the others were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. This was a Lord Tai by jinxing, an existence who could determine life and death. "Lord Tai by jinxing, we are short of a water spirit fruit. If possible, we are willing to exchange for it with other resources. Is that okay?" One of the starry masters immediately stood up and made a request. They were all starry masters, so they were not dissatisfied at all. Eteonyon snatched all the water spirit fruits, but they didn't dare to show any anger. They could only make a request to exchange for resources. "Oh, what resources do you have? Tell me." Eteonyon was interested. He snatched all the water spirit fruits, because he wanted to stay. This water spirit fruit was not bad. It was not too much to keep it with him. As for leaving it to others, it was impossible. Here, people fought with their strength, not by pretending to be pitiful. They wouldn't give you a water spirit fruit just because you were too pitiful. Even if there were 30 or 300 water spirit fruits, they wouldn't give one away even if they couldn't use them all, let alone 3. Cultivation was a very selfish thing, especially for outsiders. It was impossible for them to give anything away. It was the same for Eteonyon. He wasn't familiar with them. Snatching the spiritual fruits was his own ability. The water spirit fruit grew from heaven and earth and didn't belong to anyone. It wouldn't matter if he snatched it away. I have rainwater corals. They're not inferior to the water spirit fruit at all. I can take out 2. Lord Tai by jinxing, I have a water repellent pearl. Lord Tai by jinxing, I have. One by one, they quickly stood up and proposed the price of the exchange. Their disciples were in urgent need of the water spirit fruit. The rest of the things were basically impossible to replace. Chapter 1927. One by one, the Star Masters reported the price they could pay, and each was better than the other. However, Eteonyon still shook his head. These were of no use to him. The main point was that the items exchanged were all relatively ordinary. He kept the water spiritual fruit, and he could give it to Shushuiyun and the others in the future. As for the water corals, they were useful, but they were not as effective as the water spiritual fruit. Your Excellency, I have a treasure that should satisfy you. Elder Qing, Shuiyu suddenly said. Eteonyon finally looked at them, and he said with some interest, "Oh, tell me about it." Now, Elder Qing, Shuiyu got attention. Otherwise, Eteonyon would not even bother to look at them. However, Elder Qing Shuiyu thought too much. Even if they did not kneel down and beg for mercy, he would not do anything to them. He had said before that he would not look into it. If he really wanted to look into it, he would only look into Qingdan. He would not be as overbearing as other Star Lords, who would kill the 9 clans of others. However, Elder Qing Shuiyu had heard too many similar things. How could he not beg for mercy? If he did not beg for mercy, he would probably die. We have a spiritual crystal of water that can be used with the water spiritual fruit. If the 2 are used together, the effect will reach the best level. Elder Qing Shuiyu quickly took out a light blue crystal and said, "We won't exchange for the water spiritual fruit. We just want to give it to you as an apology." When Eteonyon saw the spiritual crystal of water, his eyes lit up. He nodded and took it, saying, "Okay, thank you very much." Of course, he would not stand on ceremony. Since they had given it to him, he would accept it without any hesitation. "Then, please don't mind the mistake we made before," Elder Qing Shuiyu said awkwardly. "I hope there won't be a next time," Eteonyon said indifferently. "No, it will never happen again." Elder Qing Shuiyu waved his hand quickly. Even Qingdan and the others turned their heads away, crazily. They did not dare to provoke Eteonyon unless they wanted to die. "All right, then scram." Eteonyon waved his hand, not even bothering to look at them. Immediately after, Elder Qing Shuiyu led them to express their thanks, then hurriedly got up and ran to the side, staying far away. However, they did not leave. Instead, they observed the situation from afar. Their attention had completely shifted to Qing Shui. After returning to the clan, tell the clan leader about the situation here. Transfer all the resources to Qing Shui and focus on nurturing her. Not only was Elder Qing Shuiyu not angry at all, but he even shifted his attention to Qing Shui. Since Eteonyon valued Qing Shui so much, He felt that there must be something going on. If he could establish a good relationship with her, wouldn't it be equivalent to having another Star Lord to help him? At that time, they wouldn't dare to say that they could do whatever they wanted, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to cause trouble in this area. Qing Dan and Qing Meng nodded. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this was the only thing they could do. Qing Dan looked at Qing Shui, who was picking the water spirit fruit in front of them, full of jealousy. He kept roaring in his heart. Why? Why is it her and not me who gets such treatment? Qing Meng had the same thought. Originally, they had been praised to the heavens in the clan. Now the tables had turned. They would always be suppressed. Even without Yi Tianyun's help in the future, Qing Shui, who had the water spirit fruit, would be able to greatly improve herself. At that time, she would definitely surpass them. However, they never thought about why Yi Tianyan would give Qing Shui a chance encounter. It was purely because she was pleasing to the eye. Some kind-hearted and righteous cultivators must be treated with kindness. They were full of jealousy, but this was also based on the fact that they did not know the situation outside. If they knew the situation outside, they would not think like this. Along with the passage of time, Qing Shui's hand gradually came into contact with the water spirit fruit, and in the end she plucked it. At the same time, her body was already frozen into an ice sculpture. When she grabbed the water spirit fruit, she collapsed. I finally got it. Qing Shui collapsed with a smile on her face. This was not easy for her. Unless she had the cultivation of a Star Master, it would not be easy at all. If an ordinary Star Master tried to forcefully pluck it, they might even die. The cold air released by the water spirit fruit was too overbearing. It could easily freeze a Star Master into an ice sculpture. It was already quite impressive that Qing Shui could hold on until now and successfully take it. Just as she was about to collapse, a force came from below and held her up. At the same time, it expelled the cold air from her body. The one who did it was naturally Yi Tianyan. Following that, he pulled Qing Shui in front of him and said with a smile, "Not bad. It seems that you did it. You did a very good job." Yi Tianyan was very satisfied with Qing Shui's performance. Previously, he estimated that Qing Shui would need a period of time to get used to it before she could successfully pluck it. Who knew that she would succeed on the first try? However, the risk was too great. It was a little too desperate. If she was not careful, she would be turned into an ice sculpture forever. Even her soul would be frozen into an ice sculpture. "Thank you, my lord!" Qing Shui prostrated on the ground and thanked him with the most gratitude. This was the only thing she could do now. "You obtained this with your own strength. I was just a guide." Yi Tianyan waved his hand and said, "The rest is up to you. Go wherever you want to go." The fortune he gave her stopped here. Qing Shui also obtained the corresponding fortune. It was time for her to leave. "My lord, I am willing to follow you and be loyal to you forever." Qing Shui continued to kneel on the ground and made such a request. "What?" Elder Qing Shuiyu's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "Qing Shui, what are you saying? How can you betray our clan?" "I didn't betray the family. The family chose to abandon me." Qing Shui shook her head. "She was abandoned when she came in. That's impossible. How could the family abandon you?" Elder Qing Shuiyu immediately shook his head and denied. Qing Shui was now with Lord Tai Bai Jinxing. With Lord Tai Bai Jinxing as her backer, the family couldn't wait to spoil her. How could they abandon her? At this time, the mist slowly disappeared, which meant that the 5 Elements Mountain was opened. When it was opened, the mist disappeared. After that, it would be more convenient to communicate with others. Soon, Elder Qing Shuiyu received the message from the family. After knowing it, his face changed, and he shouted, "Provoking the ancestral land of the Jade God." The ancestral land of the Jade God was the most terrifying force. No other forces dared to provoke it. Now Yi Tianyan had provoked the ancestral land of the Jade God, which was basically a death sentence in advance. Chapter 1928. When they heard this news, Elder Qing Shuiyu and the others looked at Yi Tianyin as if they were looking at a dead man. Elder, we shouldn't apologize. This fellow will be dealt with very soon. Qing Dan's voice transmission was filled with anger. He was not convinced. Previously, he had chosen to submit because he feared the Star Venerate's strength. Now that he heard that they had provoked the Jade God Ancestral Land, he wanted to laugh out loud. He felt that Yi Tianyin was dead for sure. This was retribution. Idiot, we have to apologize no matter what. Who knows when the Jade God Ancestral Land will send people over? When the Jade God Ancestral Land sends people over, our clans will be destroyed several times over. Elder Qing Shuiyu snorted coldly. We still have to apologize. It's fine to suffer for a while. However, we absolutely cannot accept this Qing Shui. We have to remove her from the clan and never consider her a clansman again. That's right. This is simply a scourge. If we had not received the news in time, our clans would have been in danger. Qing Dan nodded heavily, feeling extremely carefree. Even Qing Meng felt extremely carefree when she heard the news. Now, no one would compete with them for resources. Even if Qing Shui obtained the water spirit fruit and became more talented than them in the future, it would be meaningless. After all, based on the current situation, she was basically sending herself to death. Especially now, if she joined Yi Tianyin's side, it would be an act of courting death. This kind of behavior made them want to clap and applaud. Previously, when Elder Qing Shuiyu said that he would distribute all the resources to Qing Shui, his mood had sunk to the bottom. Now that he heard this news, he suddenly brought it up again. The ups and downs were really unbearable. Indeed, I really did not expect such a thing to happen. I originally thought that we would have an expert helping us. Elder Qing Shuiyu shook his head. His feelings were all so complicated. Originally, he thought that it would be great to have a backer, a Star Venerate as a backer. Unfortunately, this backer turned out to be a troublemaker. Of all the factions to provoke, he had to provoke the Jade God Ancestral Land. An existence that could kill 2 Star Venerates had to be extremely strong. With such a powerful backer, they would definitely be extremely happy to curry favor with him. However, if they offended the Jade God Ancestral Land, not to mention killing 2 Star Venerates, even killing 3 would be useless. The Star Monarchs of the Jade God Ancestral Land were equal to 5 Star Monarchs. This wasn't an exaggeration. They had a Star Venerable's inheritance, and they were much stronger than other factions. These words could only be said through voice transmissions. How could they dare to make even the slightest sound? If they were heard, they would be dead for sure. At this moment, the way they looked at Qing Shui was no longer the slightest bit envious, nor did they have any intention of stopping her. As long as they were with Yi Tianyin, they would definitely be implicated. On the other side, Yi Tianyin looked at Qing Shui, who was kneeling on the ground, and finally nodded. Since you've decided to join my side, you'll have to follow the rules and listen to my orders. I don't ask for much. I just want absolute loyalty. I don't care about anything else. Yi Tianyin didn't object to Qing Shui's joining. He had seen through Qing Shui's potential, so he was willing to take her as his attendant. If he trained her well, she would definitely be a great help. Thank you, sir. I'm absolutely loyal. I won't have any second thoughts. Qing Shui knelt on the ground again. However, the practitioners around them didn't envy her at all. They had also received the news from outside. When they learned Yi Tianyin had offended the Jade God Ancestral Land, they knew Yi Tianyin was doomed. They didn't want to curry favor with him at all. It was really not worthwhile to curry favor with a dying man. More importantly, they didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Tianyin. If the Jade God Ancestral Land investigated them, they would all be doomed. It wasn't the first time they had heard about the Jade God Ancestral Land's tyranny. If they were implicated, their whole clan would be exterminated. Yi Tianyin nodded. He lifted Qing Shui up and looked around. He had a general idea of the situation. From their eyes, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. He knew that the news of him offending the Jade God Ancestral Land must have spread. "Let's go." Tianyin waved his hand and left with the others. He didn't want to stay any longer. No one came to curry favor with him, and no one asked him to stay. They all stayed far away from him and watched him leave. After he left, people started to talk about him. They were all gloating, thinking that Tianyin would definitely die. Unfortunately, the water spirit fruits had been taken away. They wouldn't have the chance to get them back. "Sir, they all think that you will lose against the Jade God Ancestral Land." Qing Shui couldn't help but say, "Oh, do you think I will lose?" Tianyin looked at her and smiled. "Sir, you are talented and powerful. You don't have a good chance of winning against the Jade God Ancestral Land." Qing Shui thought for a while and said boldly, "If you hide for a while, you will have a chance against the Jade God Ancestral Land." She didn't just flatter him. She said what she needed to say. If she blindly flattered him, it would get him killed. "What about you?" Tianyin looked at Han Long, wanting to hear what he had to say. "Sir, this old servant will tell you the truth. Your chance of winning is slim. If you fight them head-on, you will die." Han Long said, "Just like Lady Qing Shui said, if you hide for a while and improve yourself, you will have a chance." They still thought that Tianyin would lose. The Jade God Ancestral Land was too strong. It wasn't that Tianyin was weak, but that the Jade God Ancestral Land was too strong. It was so strong that it was hard to resist. Even the two of them couldn't escape from this vicious circle. They had always been in a state of fear and respect for the Jade God Ancestral Land. "Well, you too are telling the truth." Tianyin smiled and continued to walk forward. "What if I say that I will win this time?" The two of them looked at each other before lowering their heads and saying in a deep voice, "If Sir is willing to fight, we will definitely follow you into battle." No matter what Tianyin chooses, they will follow him to fight, no matter if it's right or wrong. Haha, the world is big. A Jade God Ancestral Land can't stop me. Tianyin's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Let alone Jade God Ancestral Land, even two Jade God Ancestral Lands can't stop me. But before that, we have to go in and pick a divine herb. Could it be that the divine herb that Lord wants to pluck is the 9 Revolution Stargrass? Qing Shui's expression went grim as she asked hurriedly, "It seems that you know a little bit. Yes, I want to pick the 9-turn stargrass." Tianyin said with a smile. Chapter 1929. Tianyin went deeper into the 5 Elements Mountain because he wanted to find the 9-rotation star grass. If he could find it, he might be able to improve his star power. Unique astral aspect. Isn't this the highest level? Does the 9 revolutions, star grass, have any effect? Qing Shui, who was at the side, asked doubtfully. She knew about the 9-rotation star grass, but it was only useful for low-level star aspect. For example, level 4 or level 5 star aspect would have a great chance to improve its level. As for the 6th grade star Dharma idol, there was no record of whether it would have any effect after consuming it. As for the unique star aspect, there were not many precedents. After all, if someone did it, they wouldn't spread it around. Sometimes it was good to keep a low profile. Not necessarily. I think it's still far from perfect. Tianyin shook his head. He felt the 5-color Emperor Dragon in his body. He felt it was still far from perfect. Even though its compatibility was very high now, it was still far from perfect. Compatibility was the degree of compatibility. It was completely different from perfection. He felt the 5-color Emperor Dragon was still far from perfect. It was only a semi-perfect body, not even a semi-perfect body. This was just his feeling. Therefore, when he learned that there was such a special 9-rotation star grass in the 5 Elements Mountain, he decided to go in and have a look. "You mean it can be even higher?" Qing Shui covered her mouth. She was very surprised. This was beyond her common sense. Han Long's eyes were full of longing. He also wanted the 9 rotations star grass. His biggest problem now was that the level of his star aspect was too low. If he could improve it with the 9 rotation star grass, it would be different. But he knew his own ability. The 9 rotation star grass was in the depths of the 5 elements mountain. Without a strong cultivation, it was basically impossible to go in, let alone pick it. It was already a kind of luck for him to go in with Tianyin and see what was inside. Moreover, the 9 rotation star grass might not be able to improve his level. It would definitely improve his level, but it was not certain whether it could improve his level. The higher the level, the lower the probability. This is just my speculation. There are no records of this in the literature. There is too little information in this area. The Jade God's ancestral land might have some records about it. Tianyun's eyes narrowed as he said, I feel that breaking through to the Star Venerable Realm requires the Star Dharma Avatar. Why is it so difficult to break through to the Star Venerable Realm? I'm afraid it's because your Star Dharma idol hasn't reached the standard yet. He didn't have any information on this, but based on his feelings he could guess it. There's such a thing, they shook their heads. They could only think about it, but it was basically hopeless. He already had no hope of breaking through to Star Venerate, much less Star Venerate. As for Qing Shui, she didn't think too much about it. She felt that it would be pretty good if she could break through to Grandmaster Xing. After all, once she broke through to Grandmaster Xing, she would be able to establish her own sect. Then they continued forward. There weren't too many detours here, and there was a path that led to the deepest part. In this place, if you had the ability, you could walk in. If you didn't, you could just obediently scram. There weren't too many twists and turns. This time, they didn't take a carriage. The deeper they went, the more they had to pay attention to their surroundings. If they took a carriage again, they wouldn't even know how they died. Tianyin was confident in his strength, but it didn't mean he was absolutely invincible. As they went deeper, the fog became thicker. They couldn't even use their holy awareness to probe too deep, let alone their naked eyes. As expected, even Star Lords can't grasp the situation here. Tianyin frowned. Looking at Han Long and the others, he said, You should go and explore the other areas. Let's see what opportunities you can find. I'll go in alone. If I bring you too, it will be hard to grasp the situation. Han Long and the others nodded. Although they were a little disappointed, they couldn't let Tianyin be distracted to protect them. It would be easy for accidents to happen. Your Excellency will go first. Han Long and Qing Shui turned around and left. With Han Long's protection, they wouldn't run into any danger unless they ran into the powerful Star Master. However, no one would be stupid enough to provoke them. Unless an expert from the Jade God ancestral land came, no one would dare to cause trouble for a Star Venerate's follower. After they left, Tianyin focused on walking in. The fog outside had basically dissipated, and he could see everything clearly. The fog here did not dissipate all year round. If he went in, he would have to be more vigilant. According to the outside world, even Star Venerates had fallen here. Hence, one shouldn't think that a Star Venerate could do whatever he wanted here. If one was careless, not to mention doing whatever he wanted, one might even die here. After Tianyin entered, he could only see the path under his feet. The path here was very obvious. As long as one didn't walk randomly, one would not be able to walk out of it. But if they followed the original route, they would definitely be able to reach the area with the 9 revolution stargrass. That might not be the case. However, if one didn't follow this path, one might get lost in the fog. As Xiao Chen walked along this path, a cold light suddenly pounced on him, almost instantly closing in on his head. There was no warning at all, and it was already charging over. Everything was too sudden. It was like it appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. However, Tianyin, who had already raised his focus to the limit, noticed it long ago. He quickly extended his hand and punched forward, not showing any fear at all. Boom! The flash of light in the air was shattered by the punch. Then, half of the corpse fell to the ground with a dong sound. Tianyin looked down and discovered that he had killed a hunting dragon leopard, a hunting dragon leopard that was known to be able to easily kill dragons. Its horrifying speed allowed it to instantly pounce on the enemy and tear the enemy's head to pieces before they could react. However, it was still lacking when facing Tianyin. The cultivation of a hunting dragon leopard is at the level of a late-stage Great Master Xing. No wonder those with low cultivation cannot enter. Tianyin looked at the corpse. Not letting Hanlong and the rest in was the right choice. If he was too distracted, he might be decapitated. His cultivation was not weak. Logically, even if his head was crushed, it would be fine as long as his soul was not destroyed. However, these hunting dragon leopards pounced on him. How could they not tear his soul apart? They might even devour his soul. Tianyin perked up and continued to go deeper inside, keeping the same passage all the time. Finally, after killing a few hunting dragon leopards, he passed through this layer of fog. What entered his eyes was a spacious area. Chapter 1930. What entered Tianyin's vision was a group of cultivators fighting over a crystal. This crystal stone was held tightly in the hands of a woman. This woman held the crystal stone tightly as she continuously dodged in all directions, avoiding the attacks of the other grandmasters. There were still star masters here. As long as they gathered together and entered together, they would still be able to enter. Therefore, this group of cultivators who were fighting for the crystals were all Master Xing's cultivations. However, they were not ordinary star masters. They were all late-stage star masters and were not weak. Together with their star images, even if they were not as strong as star venerates, their overall strength was stronger than most star masters. These star masters were naturally star masters of the ancestral lands. Otherwise, they wouldn't be of such high quality. Fairy Fanyu, hand over the heaven crystal stone. You can't escape. The leader of the star masters laughed sinisterly. He surrounded Fairy Fanyu, making it hard for her to escape. Leave the crystal and we'll spare your life. If you don't, you'll be going against our Jade God ancestral land. Fairy Fanyu, we didn't attack you immediately because you're from the Brahma ancestral land. Do you really think we won't use force? There were 11 star masters in this group, which was quite a large number. They were strong enough to level any family. They could even fight against ancestral lands. Some of them were equivalent to half-step star venerates. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come here. Jade God ancestral land? Tianyin squinted. He didn't expect this group of star masters to be from the Jade God ancestral land. He was wondering if the people from the Jade God ancestral land would come. Sure enough, they did. The star venerates didn't come, but they sent some elite star masters. This was a kind of training for them. The star venerates of the Jade God ancestral land weren't too interested. The other ancestral lands had to send star venerates to enter, but the Jade God ancestral land sent star masters to train themselves. Although he didn't have a good impression of the Jade God ancestral land, he wouldn't kill everyone immediately. Instead, he looked at Fairy Fanyu to see how she was doing. Humph, you bunch of bandits. Goddess Fanyu said coldly, you think you can win just because you have more people? Your Jade God ancestral land has always been like this, and you even want to take our Brahma ancestral land as a subsidiary. Let me tell you, there's no way. Yo, Fairy Fanyu is giving you some face. Do you really think we won't dare to attack you? Grandmaster Lei Sixing looked her up and down and said coldly, if we didn't want to build a good relationship with your Brahma ancestral land, we would have attacked long ago. Who do you think you are, bitches? As long as our lord gives the order, your Tianfan ancestral land will be flattened immediately. Come on. Our Brahma ancestral land doesn't fear any power. Your Jade God ancestral land wants to swallow us up and treat us well. Isn't that just a forced marriage? If we weren't female cultivators, you would have already flattened us. Why would you still be polite to us? Fairy Fan, you sneered. I advise you to give up. Our Tianfan ancestral land will never become your vassal. If we really become your vassal, how are we different from the women of the Spring Garden? Spring Garden was actually a restaurant that pleased people. In order to gain the favor of the customers, the women inside were willing to obey any order. Quite arrogant, Lei Sixing sized her up with a dirty look and said with a sinister smile, I feel that you guys are no different from the Spring Garden. Since you've put it this way, let's not be polite anymore. Let's grab her and let her know our power. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily and quickly surrounded him. This time, they didn't hold back and used all kinds of methods to attack Fairy Fanyu. Their attacks were extremely despicable, targeting her private areas. Shameless. Fairy Fanyu's face turned red as she kept attacking. But how could she resist so many multi-star masters by herself? Her cultivation was at the late-stage star master level. It was impossible for her to deal with so many cultivators at once. Don't worry, I'll make you happy. Lei Si sneered and continued to attack. He wasn't trying to kill her, but mainly to tease her. To them, it was impossible for Fairy Fanyu to escape. How could she escape when surrounded by so many people? Therefore, they didn't need to worry. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Fairy Fanyu gripped the celestial crystal tightly and increased her strength. If that's the case, I'll crush this celestial crystal, and none of you will get it. The celestial crystal was not indestructible. With Fairy Fanyu's cultivation, she could still crush it. If you crush it, not only will we humiliate you, but we'll also strip you naked and drag you outside as a public display. Lei Si said fiercely, Anyway, we can still find celestial crystal here. You're not the only one. Fairy Fanyu's face turned pale. This situation was disgusting. If that really happened, her reputation would be ruined. Don't even think about self-destructing. With our strength, we can definitely control you before you self-destruct. It might even make it easier for us to capture you, Lei Si said confidently. He wasn't worried that Fairy Fanyu would choose to self-destruct. Self-destruction required a certain amount of time and the resistance would be weakened. After all, the power was gathered in the body. How could it be self-destruction? Don't worry, I won't self-destruct. I'll fight until the very last moment. Fairy Fanyu's eyes were cold. She was ready to die. She wouldn't beg for mercy or commit suicide. She just wanted to bring these bastards to hell before she died. At this moment, a figure approached their battle area and attracted their attention. Someone came in, maybe he heard our conversation just now. We can't let him live. Master Xing suggested. If the news of how they treated Fairy Fanyu got out, they would definitely be disliked by Tianfan Ancestral Land. Especially since Fairy Fanyu's status was quite high, Tianfan Ancestral Land might be enraged. Fairy Fanyu's eyes lit up when she saw the person. She quickly yelled, Mister, hurry up and run. They want to kill you. After you escape, please spread the news that I was killed by Jade God Ancestral Land. Please. She could only use this method and hope that Tianyan could help her. She couldn't repay him, but this was the only way to let Tianfan Ancestral Land know the details. Chapter 1931. The words, I'm not here to deliver a message, stunned Les and the others. They had not expected that the cultivator who had suddenly appeared would not know what was going on. Furthermore, he walked in as he spoke, saving them the trouble of chasing after him. After all, if the other party had turned and fled, he could have fled into the fog. Even if it was a little dangerous, he could at least avoid being chased. However, the other party did not flee. Instead, he foolishly walked in their direction. They had strange expressions and almost burst out laughing. Surround him. In the blink of an eye, 5-star masters surrounded Tianyan, blocking his path of retreat. There was almost no chance of him escaping. Fairy Fanyu felt sorrowful when she saw this. She had not expected the cultivator who had suddenly appeared to not know what was going on. As long as one was not deaf, they would have heard less, and the others say that they would not let him off. However, he did not even flee. You look unfamiliar. I wonder which faction you are from. The one who surrounded Yi Tianyin was Administrator Che Yin of the Jade God Ancestral Land. He was on the same level as Administrator Les and was a late-stage Star Master. He was one of their leaders. Administrator Che Yin sized up Yi Tianyin, trying to see the characteristics of a faction. Administrator Che Yin, do you even need to care about that? No matter what faction it is, can it be stronger than our Jade God Ancestral Land? Administrator Les laughed sinisterly. He did not care about it at all. In this region, the Jade God Ancestral Land was the strongest. They could do whatever they wanted and kill whoever they wanted. Why would they care about the other party? That's not true. Our Jade God Ancestral Land needs to know what kind of power the other party is. We need to see which power is so stupid as to raise such a fool. Enforcer Cloud laughed, and the other enforcers joined in. Not fleeing after seeing so many Star Masters? How could they not be stupid? They really wanted to see which faction was so stupid to nurture a Star Master, only to have him die here. Those who could enter this place had to be at least Star Master. As for Star Venerates, they did not think that Yi Tianyin could be a Star Venerate. If he was, they would definitely know who he was. There were only so many ancestral lands and so many Star Venerates. How could they not know? Hence, from the start, they believed that Yi Tianyin was not a Star Lord and was at most a late-stage Master Xing. He's just a passerby. Don't hurt the innocent. Fairy Fan, you yelled. If you want to deal with someone, deal with me. Oh, you even care about others? You can't even protect yourself. Yet you still care about others. What an idiot. Deacon Leith sneered and looked at Yi Tianyin with disdain. He's just like him, an idiot. Do you think we're as stupid as him? If we really let him go, do you think that if the Brahma Ancestral Land were to find out? Although there's nothing to fear, there would still be some problems. If we kill you here, no one will know. Who knows if you were killed by those demonic beasts? Deacon Leith would not let Yi Tianyin go. Only an idiot would do such a thing. Brat, I asked you a question. Why aren't you saying anything? Deacon Chia Yin looked at Yi Tianyin in annoyance. The other party completely ignored his question. Yi Tianyin looked up at him and said indifferently, Generally speaking, I don't want to talk to people who are about to die, but I will make an exception to say a few words. Your ancestral land of Jade God is too arrogant. Do you really think that no one in this world can stop you? Stop us? Enforcers Che Yin and the others stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Enforcers Che Yin laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. You think you can control us? Did you just come from the mountains? Do you know what power we are? He probably really came from the mountains. Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? Many factions that know about our Jade God Ancestral Land are already pissing their pants in fear. Why would they continue to come here? Deacon Leith shook his head and said, I didn't expect it to be so fun this time. I even met some people who were cultivating in the deep mountains and forests. I don't know how long they cultivated before coming out, so they don't know anything. They thought that Yi Tianyin was an idiot who didn't know anything about the outside world. If he knew, why didn't he run away? Fairy Fan, you sighed deeply and looked at Yi Tianyin with some sympathy. Facing their mocking gazes, Yi Tianyin shook his head. I know that your Jade God Ancestral Land is full of arrogant people. In a while, I'll definitely flatten your Jade God Ancestral Land. Listen, what did we just hear? This brat wants to flatten our Jade God Ancestral Land? Deacon Chia Yun laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. How was this an idiot? He was simply a weirdo. Brat, there are so many factions here, but no one dares to say such a thing. If anyone dares to say such a thing, they will have their entire clan executed. Deacon Leith smiled coldly. However, you are lucky. This time I will only kill you. I hope that your faction does not have so many idiots. If you say anything wrong, You will die without a grave. All right, let's not waste our breath on him. It's time to send him up. After that, we can focus on playing with Fairy Fanyu. She is very famous outside. Deacon Xie Yun smiled sinisterly. When they prepared to turn around and attack Yi Tianyin, a horrifying force pressed down. The image of a 5-colored sovereign dragon soared into the sky and pressed down. Boom! 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 Grandmaster Xing, who had surrounded Xiaoqin, directly turned to dust. Even Deacon Xieyun, who had not even finished speaking, died. The aura of a star venerate spread into the surroundings, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Fear immediately welled up in them. Star venerate. Deacon Leith, who was far away, was forced back by this aura. At the same time, he was stupefied. The other star venerates, including those who were still alive, were all scared silly by this scene. Such a young cultivator, the brat that was mocked earlier, was actually a star venerate. This was especially so when they saw the 5-colored sovereign dragon soar into the sky. Even in the mist-shrouded 5-element mountain, that vast and unique star aspect still shone brightly in the starry sky above. Nothing could stop this power. Fairy Fanyu, who had been in despair, was also scared silly. A fledgling cultivator, and a star venerate at that? Chapter 1932. It was not that they had never seen a star venerate before. In fact, they often saw star venerates and interacted with them. However, the fact that Yi Tianyin was a star venerate was beyond their expectations. They had thought that he would be a great master Xing of some small faction. Who knew that he would become a star venerate in the blink of an eye? This was a star venerate. In this area, the ground would tremble when they stepped on it. This was the goal of most cultivators. As long as they became a star venerate, they could stand above billions of people. However, most cultivators could not break through to star venerate in their entire lives. The difficulty of breaking through was too high. They could only stop at star venerate or great master Xing. Now Yi Tianyin, someone they had never seen before, was actually a star venerate. They could not accept this. With a star venerate, how could they fight? No matter how close they were to the star venerate level, if they were not star venerates, they were not star venerates. Especially a star venerate with a unique star aspect. You are the cultivator who had the mysterious phenomenon last time. But that's not right. You are a star venerate. How can you not awaken your star aspect? Administrator Lei Si could not believe the scene in front of him. However, after seeing the situation, he somewhat believed that the mysterious phenomenon last time was caused by Yi Tianyin. However, it did not make sense. Why was he so strong and had only just awakened his star aspect? No matter what, they had already offended Yi Tianyin. Not to mention killing Yi Tianyin, they could not even protect themselves. Is this very important? Yi Tianyin walked over step by step and said indifferently, "Isn't the most important thing now how to beg for mercy?" Administrator Lei Si's eyes darkened. He smiled coldly and said, "Your cultivation is much stronger than ours. We admit this. However, it is impossible for us to beg for mercy. How can our Jade God ancestral land beg for mercy from you? Even if your cultivation is not bad, you are still far from our Jade God ancestral lands, Lord Star Venerate. As long as you choose to join our Jade God ancestral land and submit your faction to us, we will not pursue this matter." If Deacon Xieyun and the others had died in vain, they would have roped him in just like that. This was the cruelty of reality. As long as one's strength was inferior to others, they would be completely degraded and abandoned. "Oh, in that case, you won't pursue the matter of me killing so many of your star masters?" Yi Tianyin smiled. Sure enough, these powers were carved from the same mold. They all chose to abandon their own people and rope in others. This kind of behavior was absolutely not allowed in his faction. He was not even willing to exchange for an ordinary soldier, let alone such a powerful cultivator. After all, Doing so would only make his forces more and more chaotic. The ancestral land of Jade God dared to do this because they wanted to rope them in to do things for them. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to make use of them. It was impossible for them to treat them as their own. At the same time, the ancestral land of the Jade God knew that he could suppress them, which was why they kept trying to rope him in. No matter what, it was better to have a ready-made power than to nurture it slowly. Therefore, a small loss was still worth it. We won't pursue the matter. After the shock, Deacon Les had already calmed down. There was no contempt in his eyes, but he was a bit cautious. However, if you don't join us, we will definitely pursue the matter to the end. He was not afraid of Eteonian at all. This was the confidence of having a backer. They thought that the ancestral land of the Jade God was invincible. As long as they gave the order, no faction could not be wiped out. At the same time, he took out a jade token and said in a deep voice, "Now, your every move is recorded in this jade token. As long as you kill us, the news will immediately be sent out. Even here, it can still be sent out. This is supported by Lord Star-Lord's powerful strength. In the depths of the 5-element mountain, it was not easy to send messages out. Originally, it was not difficult to send messages, but it became extremely difficult here. He hoped that he would not have to use this jade token. The Star Lord of the Jade God Ancestral Land had paid a huge price to make this jade token. If it was easy to make, Fairy Fan, you would have already had it. If one wanted to send a message here, they would have to pay a huge price. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not use it. Is this a threat?" Eteonian said with a light smile, "We just want to cooperate. You won't lose out if you join our ancestral land of the Jade God." Deacon Les said calmly, "Fairy Fan, you panicked and said in a hurry, don't listen to his nonsense. If you join them, your faction and yourself will lose your freedom. You will be under their control. The ancestral land of the Jade God is famous for being shameless. They keep taking in other factions and want to completely control this area. Shut up. You don't have the right to speak here. Capture her." Deacon Les' eyes turned cold. If they did not have to deal with Eteonian, they would have already captured Fairy Fanyu. After giving the order, he turned to Eteonian and said with a smile, "As long as you agree to join us, this Fairy Fan will be given to you as a meeting gift. If we can take down the ancestral land of the Heavenly Brahmin, there are many female cultivators there for you to choose from. What do you think?" They wanted to keep her for themselves, but Eteonian was a celestial lord after all. He could not ignore a celestial lord just because he had a strong backing. If they really joined, Deacon Les and the others would have to obey Eteonian's orders. Fairy Fanyu's face turned pale from anger. She roared at them, "I am not your commodity." They did not even capture her and offered her as a top tier. It was truly a tragedy. Not now, but soon. Deacon Lacey sneered and turned to look at Eteonian, wanting to see what his decision is. Eteonian touched his chin and looked at them with a smile. "Do you have any last words?" But these words only prove the shamelessness of your ancestral land of the Jade God. "I don't even have the appetite to eat with you guys. It's so disgusting." Deacon Les's eyes darkened. "It seems you really want to go against our ancestral land of the Jade God. We have 3 lords in the late stage of celestial lords and even star venerables. Do you really think you are omnipotent and can overthrow our ancestral land of the Jade God? By the way, the celestial lord of the celestial pole ancestral land said the same thing to me before I killed him." Eteonian said calmly, "If I destroy the celestial pole ancestral land, which is a dog of your ancestral land of the Jade God, will you let me go?" Chapter 1933. How about it? Will you let me go after I kill your dog and take control of your ancestral land? Eteonian smiled and added, "By the way, if I choose to join you, will you allow me to make such a mistake?" Deacon Rice was silent for a moment before saying, "If you choose to join us, we won't hold you accountable. A dog is a dog. If I get killed one day, I'm afraid they won't bother to hold me accountable as long as the other party joins them." Tianyin shook his head. The celestial terminus lord is really sad. He said that the ancestral land of the Jade God would definitely avenge him. Now it seems so ridiculous. If you lose it, you have no value and will naturally be abandoned. He knew why the other party made such a choice. If he was dead, what was the point of revenge? They needed the power to live, not the power to die. Although Deacon Rice was not an elder, his decision was basically the same as the elder's decision. It was not that he had too much power, but that they all had similar ideas. What they needed was the power to live. If you have no value, you will naturally be abandoned. Whether it is joining our forces or ourselves, if you have no value, you will be eliminated, Deacon Rice said indifferently. Don't you even understand this? Of course I understand this. But compared to you, I'm more like a person. Tianyin grinned. So go to hell. The five-colored Emperor Dragon Phantom appeared behind Tianyin again and pressed forward, wanting to completely kill them. Deacon Rice quickly crushed the jade pendant and did not even bother to dodge. Instead, he laughed crazily. You will know the difference between you and the ancestral land of the Jade God. In front of the ancestral land of the Jade God, you are nothing. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing will definitely avenge us, ha ha ha. He laughed. Facing death, they were naturally afraid. But this was a Star Lord with a unique star dharma. Could they escape? Naturally, they could not escape. They could only curse Tianyin before they died. In the end, Deacon Rice and the others were easily killed. No matter how they resisted, no one could resist the suppression of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. After destroying it, Tianyin's expression was relaxed. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because the information had been sent out. The ancestral land of the Jade God wouldn't let him go even if he didn't send a message. Of course, when he sent people over, he would definitely try to rope them in. But now, they would not try to rope him in. Instead, they would directly come to kill him. Deacon Les had already sent the message, so it was naturally impossible to rope him in. If he didn't want to recruit him now, then he wouldn't be able to recruit him in the future. At the same time, the message was quickly transmitted to the Jade God ancestral ground. The Azure Flame Star Monarch, who was studying the situation, suddenly received a message. After reading it, his expression did not change. Oh, a unique astral dermic incarnation and a star venerate cultivation. This is rather peculiar. He even killed a celestial sovereign of the celestial pole ancestral land and refused to join our Jade God ancestral land. Emerald Flame Star Sovereign expressionlessly read the news without showing any anger or sadness. Someone dares to challenge the dignity of our Jade God ancestral land? Ridiculous. So what if he has a unique astral dermic incarnation? So what if he is a star venerate? He is just a joke before us. Based on Metal Wind Star Sovereign's bad temper, he will probably eliminate him immediately. He shook his head and continued with his research, not caring about this matter at all. In his opinion, it was enough for someone to deal with it. As for sending 3 star venerates, that was impossible. Sure enough, on the other side, Metal Wind Star Sovereign was so angry that he almost blew up the palace. He dares to ignore our Jade God ancestral land? It looks like our Jade God ancestral land hasn't made a move for a long time. How dare an insignificant star venerate attack us? Metal Wind Star Sovereign roared. Deep in the 5-element mountain? Very well, I will go and meet him now. I will kill him in the 5-element mountain with one slap. Metal Wind Star Monarch immediately turned into a golden light and flew towards the 5 Elements Mountain at an extremely fast speed. He tore through the sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Metal Wind Star Sovereign made a move. It looks like that guy is finished. Hee hee, isn't that for sure? An ancestral land angered Metal Wind Star Sovereign a long time ago. Metal Wind Star Sovereign killed his way out immediately. When he returned, that ancestral land was flattened, leaving no one alive. Metal Wind Star Sovereign is too strong. I wonder what his true strength is. Humph! Who can make Metal Wind Star Sovereign use his full power? This time, the one who came out will probably not even need half of his strength to destroy them. They discussed this matter with great interest. They were all wondering when Tianyin would be destroyed. Some bet on a week's time, some 3 days, and some slightly longer, around a month's time. In their opinion, Tianyin would die without a doubt, no matter how famous he was in the outside world. He would be destroyed in one fell swoop. A long time ago, some factions opposed the Jade God ancestral land, but they never showed up again. That was because they were all destroyed when the news spread in the Jade God ancestral land. Most people treated it as a joke. Unique celestial dermic phases, star venerates, they were all fake. Only the Jade God ancestral land was invincible in the world. On the other hand, Tianyin didn't know anything about this. He was busy looting all the treasures of Deacon Leaf and the others. How could he miss out on so many treasures? Fairy Fan, you watched from the side with complicated feelings. No one knew what she was thinking. Fairy Fan, you thought for a moment. Seeing that he was not hostile towards her, she said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." "Saving you?" Tianyin smiled. "Technically speaking, I didn't really save you. It just so happens that the Jade God ancestral land has a feud with me, so I just destroyed them. Even so, if it weren't for you, I would have been killed by them." Fan Yu Fairy shook her head, but when she was about to continue, she found that Tianyin had already walked inside. He didn't even pay attention to her. She was startled at first, then furious. She was praised by everyone in the outside world. She never thought that Tianyin would not even look at her. But thinking about it, it was normal for him to look down on her with his star, venerate, cultivation. "Wait." Fairy Fan, you hurried over and said, "How can you do this? I haven't even finished speaking, and you've already left." Tianyin turned to look at her and smiled. "What, you want to repay me?" Fairy Fan, you was furious. She glared at him and said, "The times have changed. You even want to repay, you must have come for the 9 Revolution Stargrass, right?" "That's right. I do want to find the 9 Revolution Stargrass." Tianyin squinted his eyes. "You actually want to use the celestial crystal stones as repayment, right? But since you seem to be in a hurry, use it yourself. I hope you can find it." Chapter 1934. Tianyun's words stunned Goddess Fanyu. He didn't play by the rules. Normally, he would choose to take the Heaven Crystal Stone. However, Tianyin didn't do that and chose to search for it himself. The Heaven Crystal Stone was used to search for the 9 Revolution Stargrass. It could give a rough direction and make it easier to search for it. It was extremely difficult to find the 9 Revolution Stargrass in such a vast place. It was definitely not an easy task. Therefore, they needed the 9 Revolution Stargrass to be easier to find. They could also find it without the Heaven Crystal Stone. However, the chances were extremely low and they needed great luck to get it. The best proof of this was when he tried to take the Heaven Crystal Stone from Goddess Fanyu. Deacon Les and the others could only rely on the Heaven Crystal Stone to find the 9 Revolution Stargrass. Those who entered this place were basically heading straight for the 9 Revolutions Stargrass. It was far more powerful than the Golden Divine Grass. The two weren't even on the same level. Now that Tianyin was looking for the 9 Revolution Stargrass, he needed the Heaven Crystal Stone. Goddess Fanyu thought that Tianyin would immediately ask for the reward after she said it. However, he gave a completely different answer. "You, how can you say that? Aren't you looking for the 9 Revolution Stargrass? Without the Heaven Crystal Stone, it will be very difficult for you to find it." Goddess Fanyu took out the Heaven Crystal Stone and waved it in front of Tianyin, trying to tempt him. "I'm looking for the 9 Revolution Stargrass, but I don't expect to take something from a woman." Tianyin smiled indifferently. You. Goddess Fanyu was about to explode. She stuffed the Heaven Crystal Stone into Tianyun's hands and said angrily, "Ai, Fanyu, Never want to owe anyone a favor. This is part of the reward. I can accompany you to find the 9 revolutions star grass for the rest of the reward. I believe that no one knows how to find the 9 revolutions star grass better than our Tianfan ancestral land. Oh, if you give this to me, won't your fellow sect members have any objections? Tianyin held onto the heaven crystal stone. It would be even better if he had the heaven crystal stone. I came in alone, Goddess Fan, you said calmly. You're the only one who came in. Looks like you've got guts. This place is so dangerous and you came in alone. Even if you want to die, you don't have to play like this, right? Tianyin found it very funny. He didn't know whether to say that she was bold or too confident. This place was filled with danger. Even a star venerate could fall here, much less a late-stage Grandmaster Xing. I've said it before. No one is more proficient than our Brahma ancestral land in finding the 9 revolutions star grass. Fairy Fan, you said proudly. At least half of the 9 revolution star grasses in the elemental mountain have been plucked by our Brahmin ancestral land. Oh, it looks like you're quite familiar with this place. Tianyin squinted his eyes. He did not expect this. Of course. Every time the 9 revolution star grass is about to mature, our Brahma ancestral land will have a trial for the goddess. They will pick out the most outstanding disciples and come in to find the 9 revolution star grass. If they successfully pluck it, they will become the new goddess. Fairy Fan, you still had some pride. She even raised her nose high. You mean you're the most outstanding disciple of the new generation? Tianyin found it funny. That's right. I'm the most outstanding disciple. I'm quite familiar with this place. If I lead the way, you'll find it easier. Fairy Fan, you smiled proudly. No matter how outstanding you are, you're still surrounded by the Jade God ancestral land. If I did not help you, you would have died here, Tianyin said. You. Fairy Fan Yu's pride immediately dissipated. Her tone weakened. If I put my life on the line, I could have killed some of them too. At most, we'll just die together. There was no point in saying more. It was indeed a blow to her that she almost died. All right, you're the best. It's just that your trial is stricter. You should have sent more people to protect you. It's dangerous enough already. Tianyin frowned. Even if it was a trial, there was no need to do it like this, right? If more people surrounded them, they would be dead for sure. All along, we've been following this rule. That's the only way we can display our abilities. Fairy Fan, you shook her head. Plus, we came in with a map. It won't be too dangerous as long as we don't run around randomly. This is all because of the shamelessness of the Jade God ancestral land. You even have a map. No wonder you're so confident. Tianyin smiled. But if I take the 9 revolution star grass when we find it, you won't be able to explain yourself. It doesn't matter. I can only wait for the next 9 revolution star grass to mature. I will still have a chance then. Fairy Fan, you was not dejected at all. You saved me after all and helped me get rid of those shameless cultivators of the Jade God ancestral land. Tell Master and the others when we get back. They will understand. Tianyin looked at her deeply, then smiled and said, All right, since you've said it like this, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Fairy Fan, you finally looked more confident. No problem. As long as I lead the way, there won't be any problems. Goddess Fan, you brought Tianyin inside. She didn't even take the heaven crystals with her. Generally speaking, it should be within this region. However, as to exactly where it is, we'll need the heaven crystal stones to find out. Fairy Fan, you stopped and looked around. She then pointed forward and said, It's roughly this way. She brought Tianyin and flew forward. The front was filled with mist again, but Fairy Fan Yu wasn't worried at all. She had memorized all the directions in her mind, so she wasn't afraid of getting lost. After a few rounds, they quickly came out of the mist. Not far away, the heavenly crystal stone in Tianyun's hand began to emit a faint light, and a circle of halo spread around. Without a doubt, it sensed the 9 revolution stargrass. Looks like it's nearby. It should be this way. Fairy Fan Yu continued to bring Yi Tianyin forward. After a few rounds, there was a small gap in front of them. At this moment, the heaven crystal in Yi Tianyun's hand was glowing brighter and brighter, as if it was going to explode at any time. It's inside. Fairy Fan Yu was surprised. Looks like it's really easy. We found it so quickly. Fairy Fan Yu flew in first, while Yi Tianyin followed behind. As soon as they passed through the gap, there was an exclamation. Senior Sister Yuran, why are you here? Who are they? Chapter 1935. Acquaintances. Yi Tianyin immediately felt something was wrong when he saw them, especially when he saw the cultivators from Jade God Ancestral Land. He knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Now Fairy Fan Yu even saw acquaintances. They were supposed to be enemies, but now they were here. It was clear what it meant. Fairy Fan Yu was startled at first before she reacted. She wasn't an idiot and immediately knew what was going on. Senior Sister Yuran, you colluded with the people from Jade God Ancestral Land and came in without permission. Fairy Fan Yu pointed at Senior Sister Yuran furiously. Anyone who wasn't blind would know what was going on, especially since this was the trial to become the goddess. The people from Tianfan Ancestral Land couldn't come in together. Even if he had followed them here, he would have stayed outside instead of coming in. You didn't die? Senior Sister Yuran looked at Fairy Fan Yu in shock. Her face turned cold after she saw who it was. I didn't expect you to be able to escape from so many people. Your people aren't strong enough. It's different from what you said before. Didn't you say they would definitely be able to solve it? Senior Sister Yuran looked at the 3 Star Masters. The 3 of them moved immediately and went to the exit. This was a secret room with only a small gap as the exit. There was basically no hope of escape after blocking this place. You do have some ability to escape from so many deacons. Deacon Shu Lang glanced at Fairy Fan Yu before turning to Yi Tianyin. You even brought a helper. Looks like the rules of your Tianfan Ancestral Land are broken too. That's true. He looks quite handsome. Senior Sister Yuran smiled. Little Junior Sister, you said I broke the rules. Didn't you break the rules yourself? Who knows where you hooked up with him and snuck in here for the trial? What a good plan. Senior Sister Yuran, answer me. Did you betray the sect a long time ago? Fairy Fan Yu's aura rose as a sharp murderous intent surged out. A soft sword appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Her eyes were filled with anger as she gathered all her strength, ready to fight Senior Sister Yuran. Betray the sect? Senior Sister Yuran's aura also surged as she retorted. That's because the sect was the first to betray me. The one who came to participate in the goddess trial should have been me, not you. We've already agreed on this before. Who knew that you would suddenly change your mind? You even said that I'm not talented enough. Whether in terms of talent or beauty, how am I inferior to you? Even his cultivation is higher than yours. Senior Sister Yuran retorted, what ability do you have? You came out of nowhere and snatched away the position that originally belonged to me. Since that's the case, I'll come in myself and take what belongs to me. Take away what belongs to you? There's only 19 revolution, Stargrass. Do you think you have the chance to take it? Goddess Fan Yu glanced at the cultivators from the Jade God Ancestral Land. I wonder what you promised them that they would give you the 9 revolution Stargrass. 9 revolution Stargrass? They're not interested. Senior Apprentice Sister Yuran smiled brightly. They have their eyes on the beautiful flower that is the Brahma Ancestral Land. As long as I help them infiltrate it, everything will be mine. Even the position of ruler of the Brahma Ancestral Land will be mine. Her twisted expression was not beautiful at all. In fact, it was a little terrifying. As expected, every time there's a power struggle, it always ends up in an unpleasant situation. Yi Tianyin shook his head and said indifferently, I finally know why they didn't choose you to be the goddess. With your selfish thoughts, it's only natural that you can't become the goddess. If you really become the goddess, the Brahma ancestral land will be finished. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Do you know how much effort I put in to get this position? I worked so hard, I was so loyal, but it was snatched away in an instant. Do you know how it feels? Senior apprentice sister Uran was going crazy as she roared at him. I don't know how it feels, and I don't want to know. I only know that you said so much. From the moment you betrayed us, you are nothing. Tianyin said indifferently. I don't know, it's just a test, or something else is arranged for you. I can't say for sure. But no matter what, you have no way out. That's right, Senior Apprentice Sister Uran. We have always admired and respected you. We feel that you are very hardworking and talented. I don't know why the elders made such a choice, but they must have their reasons. Fairy Fan Yu walked toward Senior Apprentice Sister Uran. No matter what, I will clean up the sect today. She held her soft sword and flicked it lightly. Silver light shone. Humph, you think you can defeat me? Senior Apprentice Sister Uran sneered. Then I will let you know the difference between us. Immediately, the two of them started fighting. The three deacons who were blocking the exit looked over with interest. They were not anxious at all. Little brother, which force are you from? Deacon Shulang was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he asked from behind. Tianyin could not be bothered with him. He just watched their fight from the side. I'm asking you a question. Deacon Shulang was furious. He did not expect his words to be ignored by the other party. Can you not disturb me? Tianyin turned his head and looked at him plainly. You can do whatever you want. Just wait until this fight is over. How courageous! Deacon Shulang's eyes darkened. Then he laughed. You will soon see your Dao companion being killed on the spot. Yuran is not weak. How can Fairy Fan you compare to her? Not only is she strong, she is also not weak in any aspect. The deacon at the side chuckled. The three of them laughed sinisterly. It seemed like they had done something. Tianyin felt disgusted at the side. It seemed like Yuran had betrayed him and done such a thing. Although they had made their own choices, it was still disgusting. Can she win? Tianyin shook his head. I don't think so. Fairy Fan Yu is not weak. Soon, the two of them started fighting. Initially, Fairy Yuran was very strong. However, she was gradually suppressed by Fairy Fan Yu. In the end, she was completely suppressed. Boom! Fairy Yuran was sent flying. She was heavily injured and leaned against the wall. She looked at Fairy Fan Yu in disbelief. You have mastered the decisive sword art. The decisive sword art was one of the great martial arts of the Tian Fan ancestral land. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Chapter 1936. Fairy Fan Yu wasn't very familiar with it, but after being stimulated by Fairy Yuran, she immediately became familiar with it and improved her resolute sword technique. This was an emotional stimulation that greatly stimulated her, allowing her to further improve her martial arts in this aspect. Some martial arts required a certain level of emotional integration in order to be better cultivated. For example, the emotionless sword technique was difficult to cultivate if one wasn't emotionless enough. As for her resolute sword technique, it was actually similar to the emotionless sword technique. After being betrayed by Fairy Yuran, her talent was stimulated and improved. This kind of thing wasn't strange. In fact, it was common. You learned it after seeing me? Fairy Yuran was startled, but she didn't think too much about it. She shouted at the helpers in front of her. Why are you all still standing there? Kill her. If she escapes, not only will I be finished, but you will also be finished. Now that the plan had been leaked, they would naturally be punished. As for what kind of punishment they would receive, it was hard to say. The plan had been going so smoothly, and there was such a good spy. If it was exposed, everything would be over. Deacon Shulang and the rest were startled. They hadn't expected Fairy Yuran to really lose. Previously, They had boasted that Fairy Uran would definitely win. Now, it seemed like their prediction was wrong. Kill this brat first to prevent him from escaping. Deacon Shu Lang wasn't in a hurry to save Fairy Uran. Instead, he planned to kill Yi Tianyan first. If Yi Tianyan escaped, the plan would also fail. Yi Tianyan looked at them, pouncing at him with an indifferent expression. Why aren't you going to save your little lover? If you are too late, it will be too late. Fairy Uran laughed bitterly. She hadn't expected to lose. Although she was a little unwilling, they still had the advantage. How could so many multi-star masters not be able to deal with Fairy Fan Yu, especially since they were from the Jade God ancestral land? The martial arts they possessed were of different levels. Save him? Fairy Fan Yu smiled and looked at her. Does he need me to save him? As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-colored monarch dragon's silhouette appeared, instantly forcing the 3 deacons to kneel on the ground. Forget killing Yi Tianyan, they couldn't even touch him. Lord Tai by jinxing. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be a Star Lord. This was extremely inconceivable. Unexpectedly, the person before them was a Star Venerate. When Fairy Uran sensed this power, her face turned deathly pale. Then, she tilted her head back and laughed. I didn't expect you to win in the end. I lost to you in the selection of the goddess and in terms of helpers. Why is the heavens so unfair? She laughed and cried. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but she had no other choice. With a Star Venerate by his side, what was there to be afraid of? Unless a Star Venerate came, there was no need to fear them. At least for now, they were doomed. Which faction are you from? We are from the ancestral land of the Jade God. Don't you dare act recklessly. Deacon Shu Lang and the others shouted, hinting Yi Tianyan not to be rash. Acting recklessly? I was the one who wanted to tell you not to act recklessly. Yi Tianyan said indifferently, By the way, I killed all those who tried to act recklessly against me. Deacon Lei Si, Deacon Shayan, do you think the ancestral land of the Jade God will let me off? Deacon Shu Lang and the others paled. They were all killed by you. Yi Tianyan did not answer them. Instead, he used his actions to answer them. He stomped on them, causing them to explode and dissipate into blood mist. He naturally did not care about the ancestral land of the Jade God. Even Deacon Lei Si and the others had been killed, let alone these 3 idiots. All of them have been dealt with. How are you going to deal with her? Yi Tianyan glanced at Fairy Uran. Are you going to capture her and bring her back for punishment, or are you going to kill her here? Fairy Fan Yu looked at her coldly and said, Let's capture her and let the elders judge her. In the end, she did not kill Fairy Uran. She was furious, but when she thought about how she could alert the elders of the ancestral land, she decided to bring her back. All right, it's up to you. Yi Tianyan shifted his gaze to the side. There was also a stalk of grass in the corner of the wall. It was very inconspicuous, just like the golden divine grass. It was also very inconspicuous. This was a sign of self-protection. It wanted to keep a low profile and hide itself. However, no matter how low profile it was useless after so many years of research, unless they knew how to change their bodies and hide themselves in another way. Is this the 9 revolution star grass? Yi Tianyan looked at the inconspicuous 9 revolution star grass. He knew that it would definitely shine brightly when it matured. That's right, this is the 9 revolution star grass, the divine medicine that many cultivators have been yearning for. Fairy Fan Yu looked at the 9 revolution star grass with some desire in her eyes. If she could obtain it, she would be able to complete the trial and become a goddess. However, she had to give it to Yi Tianyan as a reward for saving her. It's called a divine medicine, but it's still based on the probability. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. It's just that the probability is higher. It doesn't mean that there will be a huge increase. If every stalk had such amazing effects, your Tian Fan ancestral land would have dominated the ancestral land a long time ago. Fairy Fan Yu did not refute. She nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. The rumors outside are too fierce. No matter what kind of divine medicine it is, it doesn't mean that it will have amazing effects, especially when it comes to increasing the power of the stars. Even with the help of a divine medicine, there is no guarantee of success. On the other hand, one's cultivation can really increase by a large margin. A divine medicine could allow one's cultivation to break through from an ordinary person to a star master, or even a star grandmaster. However, it really depended on luck to increase the power of the stars. Of course, if one was only at the first level, they would definitely increase their cultivation by consuming this thing. However, the success rate for those who were at the fourth or fifth level and above was extremely low. There was a huge difference between the two. If one's cultivation increased too quickly, their foundation would be unstable, and they would not be able to break through in the future. On the other hand, the higher the power of the stars, the better. They could not wait to kill their way to the sixth level, or even the unique star avatar level. This would not have any negative effects on him, only positive effects. It could be said that there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Under such circumstances, the difficulty naturally increased. Even the godly medicine was a little powerless. Chapter 1937. Whether it's effective or not, I'll only know after I consume it. Tianyan naturally doesn't know much about it. He hasn't used it before. How could he know the details? Why, are you reluctant to part with it? Tianyan smiled at her. How can that be? I said I would give it to you. I will never go back on my word. Fairy Fan, you said firmly. Even if it doesn't work, I will help you obtain the 9 revolution star grass. If I don't do this, I will not be able to understand my thoughts. If one's thoughts were not clear, one's cultivation would be affected. Therefore, those who had received help would always think about how to repay it. Otherwise, they would be stuck at the same level. Of course, it was a different story for those at the level of the devil. There was no such thing as gratitude and gratitude. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. I really want to know if the 9 revolution star grass can strengthen my power of stars. Tianyan smiled. He wouldn't stand on ceremony. He wouldn't let go of what he deserved. If there was anything that could help him improve, he would take it immediately. He wouldn't let it go. In such an environment, he needed to improve too much. He didn't think that he was invincible. He just wanted to improve a little. Then he turned his attention to the 9 revolution star grass. He was waiting for it to mature. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before it matured. Fairy Fan, you sealed fairy, you ran at the side, trapping her here and waiting for the 9 revolution star grass to be completed. Fairy, you Rant's movements were sealed. She sat at the side in a daze and didn't say anything. She only laughed hysterically from time to time. No one knew what she was thinking. What are you laughing at? Fairy Fan Yu frowned. When she saw Fairy Yu Ran acting crazily at the side, she started to consider sealing Fairy Yu Ran's mouth. Fairy Yu Ran looked at the two of them and laughed. I'm laughing at the two of you. You are going to die soon. Do you think you can escape after offending the Jade God Ancestral Land? I'm guessing that the Metal Wind Star Lord of the Jade God Ancestral Land will be here soon. Then you will all die. Metal Wind Star Lord? Goddess Fan Yu's expression changed. She obviously knew Gold Wind Star Lord's name. She quickly said, You spread the news here. Is there even a need to send a message? Fairy Yu Ran sneered and said, As long as we don't go back, something must have happened. When the time comes, they will investigate. Won't you be discovered? Fairy Fan Yu let out a sigh of relief. I thought you've sent a message about the exact location. The news of us killing the deacon of the Jade God Ancestral Land has already been sent back. It's fine as long as they don't know where we are. At least we can pick the 9 revolution star grass safely. When Tianyan killed Deacon Les and the others, He already knew that the news had spread. She was only worried that the location of this place would be revealed. She wasn't too worried about anything else. This Fairy Yu Ran was stunned. She thought she would scare Fairy Fan Yu and the others, but it was useless. So what? Metal Windstar Lord will definitely be waiting outside. Let's see how you escape then. There's only one exit. Run? There's no need to run. We just need to kill our way out. Tianyin said calmly, even if the Jade God Ancestral Land doesn't come to take revenge on me, I will go to them. If I come, I can take care of a Star Lord from the Jade God Ancestral Land first. Haha, what a joke. I admit that you're quite strong, but compared to Metal Windstar Lord, you're still too weak. Fairy Yu Ran sneered. You'll be crushed by Metal Windstar Lord. God knows how many so-called geniuses have been killed by him. You want to kill Metal Windstar Lord? You're overestimating yourself. Fan Yu, it seems like you found yourself a megalomaniac. You don't even know the strength of the Jade God Ancestral Land, and yet you say you want to destroy it? Metal Windstar Lord. Fairy Fan Yu said worriedly, Metal Windstar Lord is a hot-tempered guy. He might block the entrance. If we go out, we'll have to face him. Metal Windstar Lord is very strong, and no one knows how strong he really is. They've all received guidance from Star Venerables. I'm afraid his strength. She started to worry. Metal Windstar Lord was really strong, and it would be difficult to deal with him. Guidance from Star Venerables? As long as it's not Star Venerables. It doesn't matter to me, Tianyin said calmly. You're boasting shamelessly. Fairy Yu Ran said disdainfully. As long as you don't kill me, I'll be able to witness you being killed by Metal Windstar Lord. I'll definitely see your regretful eyes. Then you'll know what it means to overestimate yourself and hit a rock with an egg. Of course, that's on the premise that you're safe and sound and take the 9 Revolution Stargrass back. Normally, it's difficult to find this place without a map and celestial crystals. Fairy Fan, you said in a deep voice, you can eat the 9-turned star grass here first, and then go out slowly. After saying this, Fairy Yuran saw a hint of mockery in her eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Did you hand over the map here? Fairy Fan, you said angrily. Without the celestial crystals and the map, it's difficult to reach this place. Fairy Yuran said with a faint smile. But I don't know why there are so many celestial crystals this year. I just wanted to take them from you. But I didn't expect to find celestial crystals so easily. Now, I'm afraid many strong people can get their hands on celestial crystals. When the 9-turned star grass matures, the celestial crystals will become more accurate. How many experts do you think there will be outside at that time? Who knows, he might have accidentally stumbled into this place. Fairy Yu Ran laughed. Even the heavens want you dead. If it was the ancestral land of the Jade God, I don't think any faction would dare to take it. Now that it's you who got it, the meaning is different. Fairy Yu Ran hadn't been worried about this matter. After all, with the protection of the ancestral land of the Jade God, she didn't have to worry about other factions coming. She just needed to tell them her name, and who would dare to do anything. Who knew that a person like Tianyin would appear, ignoring the ancestral land of the Jade God and crushing a group of strong people? You can take the celestial crystals so easily? Fairy Fan Yu was shocked. She didn't expect this to happen. When Tianyin heard this, he smiled and said nonchalantly, No matter who comes, I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me from taking the 9-turned star grass. I'll kill everyone who comes. Chapter 1938. Tianyin welcomed the arrival of many strong enemies. As long as they were not Star Venerables, he was confident he could kill them. He would get an endless supply of star energy. He wanted to say he wanted to earn some star energy. It was not in his nature to kill innocent people. However, if someone came to make trouble for him, he would not be polite. You are boasting shamelessly. You think you are invincible just because you have some power. I don't know which faction you are from, But this is the ancestral land of the Jade God. Even if the powerhouses of the ancestral land of the Jade God don't come, you will still die if you are surrounded by the other Star Lords. Fairy Yuran still believed that it was impossible for Tianyin to kill everyone, not even Star Monarchs. She could not be blamed. After all, the power Tianyin had used was only a small part of it. In her opinion, he had used a very strong power. As long as he did not become a Star Lord, they would not know how strong a Star Lord's power was. Is that so? I am looking forward to it. Tianyin smiled. He sat down and waited for the 9 revolution star grass to ripen. Fairy Yuran shook her head. She still had the same arrogant expression as Tianyin. Fairy Fan Yu was worried. She had been worried since the beginning. She did not know how to solve this problem, especially when she heard the name of the Metal Wind Star Lord. Why don't you leave now? If the Metal Wind Star Lord comes, it will be difficult for you to escape. Fairy Fan Yu thought for a while and tried to dissuade him. The Metal Wind Star Lord is really different from ordinary Star Lords. Leave this place to me. As soon as I get the 9 revolution star grass, I will come and find you immediately. It was Tianyin, not her, who had killed so many deacons of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Therefore, the Metal Wind Star Lord would not make things difficult for her. Therefore, before the Metal Wind Star Lord came, her priority was to escape. After all, there was only one exit. There were no other exits. It seemed like she was flying casually, but some places were actually dead ends. Once she flew over, she would be in trouble. Even a Star Lord would die. Of course, there must be another exit, but they were not clear about it. At least Fairy Fan Yu didn't know there was another exit. Tianyin glanced at her and said with a smile, "It seems that you also think that I can't defeat Metal Wind Star Sovereign." Well, Fairy Fan Yu thought about it and said, "You should be careful. After all, Metal Wind Star Lord is very strong. If you train for a bit longer, you should be fine." Tianyin smiled at her, making her hair stand on end. "What if I say I'm not leaving? What if I want to stay here?" Tianyin said with a smile, "If you really want to stay here, I'll stay with you." Fairy Fan Yu also sat down to meditate. Fairy Yuran, who was at the side, laughed mockingly. "You really don't know what's good for you. When the Golden Wind Star Lord arrives, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." "Pa!" Fairy Yuran turned her face to the side. When she turned her head again, there was a burning handprint on her face. Naturally, it was Tianyin who had slapped her. "You, how dare you hit me?" Fairy Yuran screamed. The most important thing for a female cultivator was their face, especially since she cherished it so much. "If you say one more word, do you believe that I will scratch your face so badly that you will never recover?" Tianyin said calmly. When Fairy Yuran heard this, she shut her mouth obediently. She didn't dare to utter another word. She believed that Tianyin would definitely do what he said, and he would not show any mercy. He had made her look neither human nor ghost. It was worse than killing her. However, she looked at Tianyin with hatred. She wanted nothing more than to tear Tianyin apart. However, she couldn't even move, let alone tear Tianyin apart. Time passed quickly, and the 9 revolution star grass gradually matured. At that moment, a few figures came in from outside, and they spoke at the same time. "It should be around here. The reaction is very strong." After entering, she immediately exclaimed, "It's really here. There's actually someone here." Fairy Yuran turned her head and saw that it was the Sword Wind Star Lord. She was overjoyed. She didn't expect that it would be the Sword Wind Star Lord, a powerful Star Lord. "A Star Lord is here, and it's the Sword Wind Star Lord. Let's see if you can survive this time." Fairy Yuran was extremely pleased. When Fairy Fan Yu saw the Sword Wind Star Lord enter, her heart tightened. She didn't expect someone else to enter. When she saw the celestial stone in the Sword Wind Star Lord's hand, She knew why he could enter. Indeed, the celestial stone was overflowing. She didn't know why, but there was a lot of it. In the past, the celestial stone was extremely rare, and one would have to pay a huge price to obtain it. It's the Sword Wind Star Lord. I didn't expect a Star Lord to find this place so quickly. Fairy Fan Yu stood up hurriedly and stared at the Sword Wind Star Lord. At that moment, the few star masters beside the Sword Wind Star Lord laughed happily. Lord Sword Wind Star Lord, although we aren't the first, it doesn't seem to make a difference. We can deal with these fellows easily. When the time comes, we can have the 9 revolutions star grass for ourselves. That's right. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. We were found just like that. Lord Sword Wind Star Lord is amazing. The few star masters shouted happily. They looked at the Sword Wind Star Lord as if they were looking at dead people. Fairy Yuran wasn't satisfied, but she still felt great that Tianyin and the others were attacked. Pa! 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 At that moment, the few star masters who were talking were sent flying by a slap. Many of their teeth were knocked out. All of you shut up. Do you know who this person is? The Sword Wind Star Lord complained angrily. He smiled and walked in front of Tianyin. So this place has already been discovered by you. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. Tianyin glanced at the Sword Wind Star Lord and said indifferently, "Oh, I thought you would fight me for the 9 revolutions star grass." "I wouldn't dare. Whoever finds it first gets it. That's the rule. They don't know how to speak. Please don't take offense." The Sword Wind Star Lord smiled, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had seen Tianyin's strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 star lords had been crushed. Even he couldn't do that. Tianyin didn't even bother to look at him. He reached out his hand and slapped the star grandmasters who were stunned by Tianyin's attack. Tianyin smashed the star grandmasters into a blood mist in front of Sword Wind Star Monarch. "If you don't know how to speak, go and learn. We can talk about it in your next life," Tianyin said indifferently. That's right, that's right." The Sword Wind Star Lord's face darkened. Although he was unhappy that someone had killed his own people in front of him, he could only accept it. "In that case, I'll make a move first. I won't disturb you any further." The Sword Wind Star Lord's face darkened. He quickly led the others away, not daring to linger.